Bienvenidos a la Junta de Supervisores. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors en español. We want our Spanish-speaking residents to have more access to county government in their own language, and Spanish live translation can make that possible in person and remotely. Un grupo de intérpretes están en vivo en la reunión de la Junta de Supervisores traduciendo simultáneamente. Usted puede ver, escuchar y participar en persona o por internet de esta reunión los martes. For those who come in person and want to listen in, headsets are available at the Clerk of the Board reception. Aquellos que vienen y desean escuchar la reunión, tenemos disponibles audífonos en el vestíbulo de la oficina del secretario de la Junta. And for those who want to tune in, a Spanish live stream is available on RivCo.org. Aquellos que desean sintonizarnos pueden hacerlo a través del portal RivCo.org. Los intérpretes también están listos para traducir cualquier comentario del público en el podio o por teléfono. Interpreters are available and ready to translate any comments from the public at the podium or via phone. Board meeting agendas and minutes are published in Spanish on RivCo.org. Las agendas y minutos de la reunión de la Junta de Supervisores son publicadas en español en RivCo.org. Queremos saber de usted y que se entere de todo lo que pasa en el gobierno del condado de Riverside en su propio idioma. We want your participation in Riverside County Government.
Good morning. Try that one again. Good morning. Much better, thank you. We are going to begin our meeting as we always do. First off, call it to order. The current roll call, we do have Supervisor Perez arriving a little bit late. He was had a flat tire. So those of you who've had those opportunities starting your day, we could wish him a lot of luck. He's coming from San Diego. We will have our invocation by Paula Webb, who is a volunteer chaplain from Riverside County Sheriff's Office, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by, who haven't I picked on for a while? All right, Paul, have I done you for about? Paul. Okay. Is Paula online or is she here? Oh, I didn't see you. Please join us.
Good morning, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen in the community. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we take delight in your presence with us here. We know that each one of us would not be who we are without your constant love and guidance, and we thank you. As the members of the board here today carry forward their exceptional work within Riverside County, we ask that you continue to guide them along the path that makes great leaders here on earth. Help them blend their previous experience and learning into new ones. Surround them with continued self-assurance, confidence, compassion, and knowing that you are behind them always, assuring them that their work is a fulfillment of their duty and destiny. Continue to guide them with the knowledge that they are blessed each day with unconditional love from you, as is the entire community. Through your grace, remind all of us to help each other, to be of one mind, sympathetic, and compassionate toward each other. Always return a blessing with a blessing toward one another, because to this all of us have been called to do what you have chosen for us. We ask all of this through your power and glory of your name, Almighty Father. Amen.
Amen.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Here's to another 250. Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I think we have a special guest.
Hi, good morning. No? Good morning. My name is Chelsea Godfrey. I'm with the Department of Animal Services, Today I've brought Tank, who is a 2-year-old pit bull mix who's available for adoption at our Riverside shelter. We are currently at over 230% capacity. We are in a crisis. We desperately need adopters and fosters. So if you or your friends or your family have been looking for a pet, please stop into any of our Riverside County shelters. We have so many deserving animals looking for homes. I also wanted to bring up our Empty the Shelters event. Thanks to our partnership with the Bissell Pet Foundation, all adoption fees are currently waived, and they do include spay or neuter, all the age-appropriate vaccines, microchipping, and an engraved name tag. So if you've been looking for a sign to adopt, now is the time through July 26th. Thank you.
So as we request anybody wanting to speak and address the board, please make sure you fill out your cards. Because we have a lot of speakers, we're going to be cutting time. So I need everybody to turn their cards in within the next 10 minutes. If you're speaking on any specific item, public comment, we allow you to go to 10:30 to turn your public comment card in. This is very important because we make decisions on the speaking time by how many speakers. We want to have everybody have the opportunity to address the board. And other counties say, okay, we have 1 hour, however many we can fit in. And I don't feel that's fair because those of you who showed up don't know if you're going to be in that first hour or two. So we are going to make a decision by the number of people wishing to address. Also, with that same comment on public comment and or an item you pull for comment, if you are just repeating what previous speakers have said, you can certainly come up and say your name and you yield your time. And that way we don't have to have the duplicate conversations over and over, which we often do. We just need to know an idea of how many are in favor, how many aren't. We've got, I don't know, probably I've gotten close to 50 or 60 emails. And then, of course, how many of you are going to speak. So please be conscious of that. And we will now move on to our clerk of the board update. The second thing that's going to be different today, Supervisor Washington had scheduled not to be here. And Supervisor Medina not being here, there are going to be some items that we cannot vote on until Supervisor Perez arrives, because they require 4/5 votes. So things are a little bit different today. So we're trying to make sure that we get everything taken care of, because we'll be dark next week and won't be able to take care of that business. So as you do your report, can you please let us know how many items are for 4/5 votes also? Thank you.
There are no additions, deletions, or corrections. Under notations, continue item 2.13 to July 28th, 2026. Item 3.13 requires a separate vote. Items 14.1, 14.2, and 14.3 are public hearings. Continue item 22.1 to September 1, 2026. All 4/5 vote items will be pulled for a separate vote. We have speakers signed up for public comment, and items 2.16, 3.13, 3.27, 3.35, 3.41, 3.55, 3.62, 3.69, and public hearing items 21.2, 23.1, and 23.3.
Which ones are 4/5?
The 4/5 vote items are 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.12, 3.14, 3.23, 3.42, 16.5, and 16.9. And public hearing item 21.1.
You okay with all that? Quite a few different opportunities today. Okay. So we will now move on to the remainder of the agenda, less, I'm going to see if I get this right. The 4/5 votes, which you already just read specifically, in addition to the items pulled for discussion, and that's 2.16, 3.13, 3.27, 3.35, 3.41, 3.55, 3.62, and 3.69.
Yes.
So the remainder of the items, less the 4/5 votes and the ones I just read, have now been passed. And 3.35, 3.62, and 3.64 are just being addressed to set for a public hearing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. A lot of different moving parts on this agenda, so please bear with us. Okay, so with that being said, we can go back to the first item pulled by public comments. And that is 2.16?
Veronica Langworthy. Veronica was given time by Kathleen Herman. Is Kathleen in the audience?
Thank you, Kathleen.
Veronica has 6 minutes. And Veronica will be followed by Jody Christopher.
Good morning, Supervisor Medina, Supervisor Gutierrez, and Chairman Spiegel. Again, this is election certification that is on the agenda, and in previous elections, we've done public records requests to receive documentation, because each time the registrar of voter comes and he tells you what the results are, full, true, and accurate, and you are told to trust, but there is nothing to verify. And this is done repeatedly. And with our public records, we find that there are some irregularities. And so we have asked for the registrar to provide to you, as the board who is to order the certification of elections, the evidence to support what he is saying, and yet that doesn't happen. This time we received records, we were told we would receive them within 5 days of certification. On June 26th, the registrar sent to the Secretary of State as full, true, and accurate the results of this election. And then we did not start receiving records until more than 5 days after that. And those records were not meticulous. There were documents that, if they had been used, we were told these were draft form until he was through with them. Then you would expect the records to be in meticulous form and easily, clearly, and in a systematic way released. There were files that were overwritten that had duplicates of dates for the vote by mail, for the vote centers. We're still looking at the vote by mail collection forms. We do not have verification that those have all been provided. So the records that we received and are not in good shape. It questions the record management system at the ROV. A year or so ago, the grand jury wrote a report, and then on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, the Executive Office and the ROV responded to the grand jury report. And in that report, it stated that they had meticulous records. What I received are not meticulous. And that we again go through, the ROV is not providing you with evidence to support what he's saying. You know, trust but verify. We've asked for you to verify repeatedly because there are two reasons that this, the Elections Department is funded. One is that eligible citizens have access to vote. And we don't know if that access is denied or not because the chain of custody is not complete. There are big questions on chain of custody where they're receiving things in and it's not being tracked. The documents that come in from the vote centers, we know at the vote centers that those are signed by the people on the board and that they bring the documents, the ballots in to the central location. We know that the vote by mail collection forms are signed by an observer and by the collector, and they get into the ROV. But the mail-in ballots, there are big questions on that, on chain of custody. And so we would like the ROV to provide to you, as our elected officials, documentation, evidence that you can feel confident, that the voters can feel confident. That's the other point that you fund the elections office, is for voter confidence in elections. And we don't have that confidence. You know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me more than once, who's, you know. So I've got documents. I don't know how much you'll look at them, but I've got them. I've done my homework. I've got evidence. And one thing that's very concerning to me is we've got the USPS receipts, and those USPS receipts, on two of them, they're handwritten, that what they are billed for, and I've got it over here if you could pop up the screen. There's a correction here to it. The correction, yeah, keep that up on the screen. The correction to a billing saying they were billed for 8,713 pieces, but they say their actual count is 12,542 pieces. When they talk about pieces, they're talking about the items that go through the Blue Crest machine, and yet we're told that the Blue Crest machine does not count the pieces, that they have no logs of that. We're getting that there are estimates and everything else. The post office, I believe, bills based on, they use Blue Crest for the pieces that they bill for. And yet our ROV, which uses a Blue Crest machine for incoming in November of 2025, just this last year, you paid for new software for that machine and for maintenance of that machine, and yet we've been told, oh, it doesn't count what we're getting. Was that my full 6 minutes? Okay, so it's a problem of, are we getting charged for things we don't get? Are we underbilling? That's a question.
Thank you.
It's finances and civil rights.
Jody Kristoff, followed by Jessica Kristoff.
Good morning, board members. I'm here to talk about the ROV also. If we can't even count the ballots as they're coming in, how do we know that we're actually being billed correctly from the post office? If the post office is using Blue Crest and we're using Blue Crest, did we pay for an update that did away with counting? Because it counted last year, or we were told it was counted last year and we were given numbers last year. So there is a lot of miscommunication, misdocumentation, and it just does not lend to the registrar being able to certify an election. There's no way, if you're not counting the items as they're coming in, which items are rejected because of signature and which items are being passed through, we don't know if we can verify an election or not. We've proved before that the election has not been counted correctly. Every time it's been over, there's been more votes than actual ballots. When are we going to correct this? We've got to correct this. We've got to hold the registrar responsible for the job he's being paid to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica Kristoff, followed by Greg Langworthy.
Riverside County Board of Supervisors. I have been watching and have been going on what's been going on with this election. It's clear to me that this governing board thinks they are either not responsible for election integrity or are afraid to state that they are unwilling to serve we the people who might or might not have elected them. And who are you supposed to be serving? Yes. I think that the current state officials are threatening you and/or the ROV. Why else would you and the ROV hide things that were not previously hidden? I strongly encourage you to remember who you serve, we the people, not the state of California. No matter what threats you receive, you have a duty to be the wall and push back. It likely won't be the state officials who are hung, but the little guy who didn't stand up for the truth and the people. And I've got news for you. You're the little guys. Now I understand why the first 2 or 3 audited elections you might not question or think that the citizens team can't be right. Still, every election for the past 6 years has been off, and those people working on it are engineers, professional auditors, and school teachers. These are professionals. After the 3rd one, you should have been questioning what was going on, and the fact that you didn't, and that several of you maybe should not be sitting up there, looks like you're culpable. If I were in your shoes, I might consider once again who you think you work for, the state of California or the people. Because once Bill Saley and the federal government are finished with their investigation, you have certified all the elections over the past 6 years and were warned of the issues. And it looks like you may have benefited from fraudulent elections. Well, let's say you're small enough to be made good examples of. Think carefully about who you serve. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Greg Langworthy. Greg was given time from Michael Herman. Is Michael in the room? Thank you. Greg will have a total of 6 minutes.
So some good things. First, we did get records for the first time prior to this meeting, and that's a good thing. And I appreciate Council Tron for encouraging that, and so that's a good thing. So now I'm going to report on what we did get and the concerns that we have. So first, the pattern. So we, all the way back in 2024, talked to Art in a meeting, and he said the way we verify, the way that we know that election results are valid is through reconciliation. That's why we keep saying that term, because that's the law. Number of ballots has to reconcile with the number of votes. So that's where we got on the path that we're still on, reconciling election results. This is the first election that we reconciled back in 2024, and you could see that mail-in ballots were a key part of this, and these are the records that the registrar gave us. And then you can see all the boxes, but we did get mail-in ballot count back then. And then the result was 33,888 more votes than ballots. And then we did another election. And we're doing this the same way. It's not complicated. You just get the receipts, you add up the receipts, you compare it to the vote total. In this primary election, we didn't get all the mail-in ballots. We were missing 3 statements, so this wasn't really a complete audit, but again, it didn't reconcile. Okay, the next one. This was the District 63 general election results. We did it the same way. And again, look, we did get the mail-in ballot count. And again, I always give credit to the ROV because they did produce records for us, but this one didn't reconcile either. 2015 more votes than ballots in this election. And then finally, the next one, and this maybe caused controversy because the sheriff was able to get a warrant based on this data. And again, we got the mail-in ballot number, and then we added up, and there were 45,896 more votes and ballots, and that's why the sheriff secured those ballots to see what's the problem. Let's investigate. This is not good. All right, so in this election, the primary election, you can go to the last one. We tried to do the same thing, and the good part is that we have gotten records. But one of the mysteries, and we still don't know why, is we were not able to get any records from the post office. So no paperwork for ballots coming from the post office, and no paperwork, no receipts of ballots coming from ballot harvesting. The churches bring these tubs of ballots over, I know, because we're one of the churches that do it. But they didn't have any paperwork. They didn't count those ballots. We have no paperwork for the ballot harvested ballots. We have no paperwork for the ballots that came in from the post office because they claimed that machine doesn't count. Well, we have a machine, the same machine up in San Bernardino does count and does produce reports. That's why this is a mystery. So, good part, we are getting records. We are going to add it up. And let me say one more positive in this particular audit. The reason we could not get these records sooner is because the ROV claimed that all the records that we requested were being used in reconciliation. They were using the receipts. Art was using the receipts, so we couldn't get them, right? Couldn't get them because he was using them. Well, fair enough, but when we get those receipts, the good part is we should come up with exactly the same number as Art is because we're using the same records. All right, we haven't got all the records because we haven't got any numbers from the post office, any numbers from the harvested ballots. So I'm not sure how we're going to finish our audit, but we're still going to do it. We're going to work with what we got. We're going to report to you what we got. But we want to figure out that mystery. How come San Bernardino's Blue Crest machine can count and ours can't? We do think that Blue Crest machine will record any ballots that go through it. We think you guys spent a lot of money on this machine, and we think it has a lot of capability, and we think one of the functions is it'll record everything that goes through it, and it will produce reports. So maybe those reports are still in that machine, and that would allow us to reconcile. So we are going to, the last reports we got were yesterday. So we're going to work with what reports we've got. We're going to give you next meeting, we'll give you what we found out. But again, we are committed to work with the ROV. We just want to be a partner. We don't want to be an adversary. We want to all come up with the same number. But we wanted to give you an update of where we are. This reconciliation is the test of validity, and that's election law 15302D. It's the state law, and Art has admitted that to us. He said, Greg, I can't certify until I reconcile. So we agree. We're just going to check the work, and we're going to report our work to you. And anyway, we appreciate the efforts that you likely made in helping us get these records. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
And that was our last speaker.
Mr. Gutierrez, Supervisor Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask Art if you could just make a brief comment and then just address those comments just briefly so that way the public knows the registrar's side.
On? Can you hear me? Yeah, there you go. Thank you so much. Good morning, members of the board, Madam Chair, Mr. Trent R. Tinoco, Register of Voters for Riverside County. So first and foremost, I'd like to point out that everything we do at the Register of Voters office is done with the utmost scrutiny. It is not something we take lightly. We do have multiple days after the election to go through our canvass, which is, in this case, we had 30 days to go through a canvass. Ultimately, the Public Records Act request process is very specific, and we comply with all requirements of the Public Records Act request. We provide multiple documents, and it's not just one or two documents. It's a voluminous amount of documents, as I've stated before. Now, each one of those documents, before they are released to the public, I actually do a meticulous review of them. Doesn't mean that I'm changing anything, but I am reviewing to make sure that the document is as it should be, and we absolutely strive for the best as we are providing documents to the public. There will be documents that don't exist, so I'm not able to provide a document that was never created and doesn't exist. In addition to that, I've heard a lot of comments from various elections and the differences. I keep on pointing to the fact that we do not use the methodology that is currently employed by members of the public. I've come to this board and I've demonstrated our methodology and what we use when we are reviewing the number of ballots made good that were cast versus the number of ballots counted. That is the methodology that we use, and many other counties throughout the state of California use the same methodologies. I would say all of them do use a similar methodology. So with that, there's a lot of good work that is being done. We absolutely cross our T's, dot our I's, and at the end, before I even say I am ready to certify an election, I've reviewed the various audits that we do at the office. There is the roster audit for provisional ballots. There's an audit for regular ballots. There's also other audits that the assistant registrar and I perform before I'm able to come to this board and say I am ready, and we have certified with the utmost certainty that what we received is what we counted. Thank you, sir. Of course. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Art, we're probably going to be putting together an ad hoc committee, probably the end of summer, or maybe sooner if it's teams, so we could have a little better understanding, and making sure the comments made by, I can understand those that made by the Langworthys and Jody and Jessica, and so that I can understand it better. Thank you. Okay, if anybody wants public comment, you just have a little bit more time. No more items, even if it's 69, even though it's been pulled. No more accepting cards. Can't move on until she clears the vote. Just while she's changing the screen, those of you who heard some things about adding time, that is only on an item that is pulled, that is written on the agenda. It's a specified item with a number. Can other people add time to a speaker, and they get only 2 additional speakers' time? And that is because it's specified items on the agenda, not public comment. Public comment is totally whatever everybody gets. They all get the same amount of time. So I just wanted to, if anybody was questioning how that could happen. Okay, we are now moving on to, that's 2.16, so we are now on 3.13.
We have one public speaker, Roy Bleckert.
Good morning, Mr. Bleckert.
If you want something fouled up, form a committee. If If you want to turn it into total disaster, form a commission. Riverside County Transportation Commission, 40 years ago said, oh, put this half-a-cent sales tax, we'll solve the traffic problems. I would submit to everyone here in the last, whatever it's been, 30, 40 years, has that half-a-cent sales tax improved the traffic in the Inland Empire and Riverside County? Anybody that would come to the conclusion other than it's been a total disaster and made it worse is not dealing with reality. So now you're going to try to extend, or the Riverside County Transportation Commission or you, which both, as I read it, have the authority to try to extend the tax, which goes away, sunsets in 2039. As the old adage, a tax, there is no temporary tax. There is no sunset. Once you get a hold and grab a hold of the money, you never want to release it. On top of that, we, the people, the 2.5 million in Riverside County, have to suffer with the horrendous traffic each day that these elected bodies or appointed bodies of officials of elected bodies thrust upon the citizens of Riverside County. What that does, and you see the orange vesters, by you not building what we used to build, there's fewer jobs for them to do, because the gross amount of money that you have spent for the little amount of traffic we get, that means they don't have the jobs that they did in the 50s and 60s when bipartisan, when Ronald Reagan and Pat Brown were governor. They built the finest highway system in the world, only using the gasoline tax. No bonds, no nothing, and got it done. And you know what? There were
Who was it that you said did that?
Stop the time. Pat Brown and Ronald Reagan.
Okay, I just want to make sure I heard it right.
58 to 74. So when you get to that point, and you see what they do today in the convoluted mess. Did we get the promised corridors and all the things that were promised under the original Measure A? Not no, but hell no. We do not have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. And a reallocation of resources where they're not done to build the roads that we should have to make our lives worse, and that needs to stop. Do not pass tax.
Please, no applause. Is that Mr. Newsom back there? Can I ask a couple clarifications? And the only reason why is because there's some clarification I need, and that is this item to pass the tax?
No, this item is to place the renewal of Measure A before the voters. It's an administration issue so that the voters can decide this November whether or not to extend to renew the current half-cent sales tax.
Okay, so we're not. Okay. The second question is, and the reason I asked Mr. He's not even listening, who those names were, those are presidents that he was referring to, correct? Governors.
Yes.
Governors who control the budget for the state highways. And what does this tax, is this tax doing what projects?
This renewal is the local sales tax. It's the local funding for regionally significant transportation projects across Riverside County. This local measure allows the local funds to be matched or leveraged for greater state and federal funding. The idea here is by having a local match, we can bring more state and federal dollars back to Riverside County for transportation improvements. These funds cannot be changed by policies in Sacramento or Washington, D.C., and are dedicated only to transportation purposes.
But are some of those dollars used on the state highways? Because I know it wasn't this. I Measure A used on the 91 or the 15?
Yes, this measure is used to fund projects on the state highway system. In most cases, again, they're used to leverage state and federal dollars to make highway improvements. Without the local match, it's highly unlikely that those improvements would take place.
Okay, but whose responsibility is on the federal and state highways?
It's the states and our federal partners.
Okay, so they're not doing that, so
we help support, the answer to your question is there are limited state and federal resources, so our local funds are used to fill the gap.
Okay, so we can try and improve. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understood it properly. Do my colleagues have any questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and this will be forwarded to the Register of Voters for the next election, which will be the November election, that the voters will make the decision, not us. Okay, so we're now on 3.27. Just to make sure we got the same order.
We have one public speaker, Ivana Uriarte, and she's online.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ivana Uriarte with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and I am here today in support of this item. This project represents an important step towards creating new housing opportunities for Oasis Mobile Home Park residents, and we look forward to continuing to collaborate with the county to support residents throughout the relocation process. We are hoping to host another Oasis Mobile Home Park Resource Fair focused on relocation, where residents can receive support, learn about what available housing options, and connect with organizations that provide housing assistance, legal services, and other supportive resources. We would greatly appreciate the county joining us again. The last resource fair was a great success, and having county staff there present help residents get their questions answered directly. We also encourage the county to continue sharing updates about this project and other related efforts with Oasis residents. Many residents continue to ask us about new developments, the relocation timeline, and how they can be considered for relocation or added to the wait list. If there is an opportunity to hold in-person appointments at Oasis Mobile Home Park, we would be happy to help coordinate and support the county's outreach so residents can receive information and assistance directly. Thank you, and we look forward to continuing working together to support Oasis Mobile Home Park Resource Fair. I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you, Ivana. Okay, my colleagues have any questions or anything? With that, it passes 3-0. Now moving on to 3.35. And this is an item that will be set for a public hearing, but we do have a speaker on it.
Yes, we have one public speaker, E. Petrella. She was given time by P. Petrella. Is Mr. Petrella in the audience? Okay. E. Petrella will have 6 minutes.
Now, before my time starts, if I'm going to be fact-checked, I would prefer that the people representing this agenda item might explain what it's for, so that my comments make sense. Is that possible?
That's why I called somebody else for fact-checking whose item was on the agenda, so yes.
Okay, can they speak before me so that?
No.
No?
Oh, what's your feeling, gentlemen?
I mean, do you guys are aware of this agenda item? What it's for, what it does, what it is? Because the only one that will know would be Mr. Washington, but obviously he's not here.
Okay, they said for you to
Okay,
speak.
fact-check me later then. First of all, I would like to state that I am so grateful to live in the greatest nation in this country. Okay. Good morning. I brought this nonprofit for-profit tourism organization to this board before, and like all other concerns, it was ignored. It is clear this is the reason for the stand down and tread lightly policy mentioned in the grand jury report, code not living up to code, and the primary reason why the neighborhoods in the wine country residential area are being destroyed and eradicated. I have seen examples of the personal relationships, selective enforcement, and how they influence this board during the BOS meetings, community meetings, and by the supervisors' board comments and slides presented by our supervisor. This nonprofit for-profit organization only exists to serve and benefit themselves, and are abusing the provision in the state law known as Property and Business Improvement Law of 1994 under the Streets and Highways Code, Part 7. To have the protection of this board and to receive special consideration to better serve themselves. This provision is meant to serve the disadvantaged, underserved, and underutilized communities. How is the Temecula wine country disadvantaged, underserved, or underutilized? According to the grand jury report, this industry generated $8 billion in 2023, and yet they could not contribute a penny for the wine country archway. The UCI funds intended and allocated for the underserved communities were used to construct it. So where's all their money going? It's almost enough to run this county for a whole year. According to the Visit Temecula board members, they are marketing the affluent tourist. This is just another example how this board is purposely protects the tourism industry over the residents. This is selective representation to protect this industry, and also the justification used for the stand-down order from this board that was cited in the grand jury report. But my main concern is my property being part of the marketing district. I am not a lodging business, I am not a tourist business, nor do I live in a business district. I reside in a residential district. And unless they can provide a legal requirement that states I am obligated to be part of their marketing district, they need to white out and remove my property parcel from their marketing map. I do not benefit from this nonprofit directly or indirectly. This nonprofit organization has become detrimental to my life, and they have until they appear again before this board to remove my property parcel from the marketing map, and I will provide them my street address, and I do have proof of what I'm talking about. So I'll go ahead and post this one first. This is the documentation they model their nonprofit after. And this from their own records. And that's their marketing district, which includes the whole wine country area. Okay, so this is also from their own records. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from my colleagues? That passes to set for a public hearing on August 25th, 2026. Now we have 3.41.
We have one public speaker, Errol Koshowitz.
Hi, guys. I haven't talked to you guys in a while. You haven't been here in a while, so I want to talk about Harmony, which is in your district, Mr. Gutierrez. I really do think that we need to have some oversight of Harmony. The funding, the children. I think the citizens that live around that area need to actually be invited in sometimes to go through and see the children, to see if they're all right, the funding that is coming in there. I have a committee that actually that have tried to talk to you, and you have basically refused to talk to them. I really do think we need to have an outside source as American citizens to go inside the facility and walk around it. I'm asking for you to set up an appointment with people to go in there and see the children, see the kids, see the finances, how it's being spent. That's what I'm asking for today. And I did not know you were the Moreno Valley mayor before until yesterday. This is insanity, guys. But I'm asking for you to set up an appointment with the committee that I have friends of so they can go in there and request and see the children that are in there. All of them. That's what I'm asking for you today. And I will give you their number. And they're all nice women that live right by Harmony. Right across, they see everything what goes on there. And once the old women see that, you understand what I mean. They're upset, and I'm speaking on behalf of them. So I'm asking for the citizens to go in there and see what's going on in there. That's all I'm asking for. You have a blessed day, and I'll be speaking again later.
Madam Chair, just real quick, Aaron, if you could give your contact information to our clerk, so that way we can reach out to you, and that way I can find out who that committee is, and we'll follow up on that, because I haven't heard from them.
There's no other speakers? Any other comments from my colleagues? Can I vote? Okay, so next we're on 3.62.
3.55.
I'm sorry, which one? Oh, excuse me, 3.55. You're correct. I'm wrong.
We have two online speakers. First is Carla Cervantes, followed by Franco Pacheco.
She's unmuted. I'm not getting any audio from her. Are you there, Carla?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carla Cervantes. I am a resident here in Mead Valley. I want to congratulate District 1 for getting the access grant through CARB. We did see this grant, and we wanted to send it over to Sam Roberts, and we're glad that he applied. As we know, Mead Valley is an environmental justice community. We have a lot of warehouse growth, so knowing that our infrastructure is going to get some help is a really good thing. As an organizer with Mead Valley Clean Air Coalition, Inland Valley Alliance for Environmental Justice, and chapter coordinator with San Antonio chapter, all three of these organizations are part of the Freight Communities Action Coalition, which is a coalition of 12 community-based organizations, mix of grassroots, nonprofits, and academic groups that are all focused on empowering community members through education when it comes to truck routes, air quality, and freight movement. This is a really excellent opportunity for us to work together to get real, meaningful community engagement in this process. We have had a few meetings where we have had over 50 people come and talk about truck routes, something that is usually not very exciting, but people want to know about it. I also request that we learn more about which community-based organizations the county is planning to work with, why they have been selected, and if we could possibly be selected for this process as well. We're not asking for funding because we have that on our own through another CARB grant, but we are asking to be part of this process or to help with outreach just so that we can get the most meaningful community engagement possible. And the more community engagement we get, the more different opinions we get. And otherwise, we want to make sure that this grant is going to help people here in Mead Valley, which is the goal. It is suggested through CARB that you select community-based organizations. Well, lucky you, Freight Communities Action Coalition has community leaders in Mead Valley. So you can definitely contact us. We'd like to work with you all. If not, please come to one of our meetings and present on what this is going to be about. so that we can understand how we're going to be able to amplify community engagement in this process and make it meaningful. We also like to request that these will be complete streets, meaning that it's going to have sidewalks, it's going to have horse trails, it's going to have different bike lanes for motorized and non-motorized bikes and e-bikes and things like that. So definitely we would like to work together. We'd like to be part of this conversation with you all. It's one of our goals here. And we'd like to learn more about this initiative. Once again, congratulations on this grant, and I'm glad that it's going for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla.
Franco Pacheco, and Franco will be our last speaker.
Hello, everyone. My name is Franco Pacheco. I'm a resident in Mid-Valley. I'm also the chair for the Freight Actions Community Coalition. It's a coalition based with multiple groups in Riverside County. And I want to amplify the comments made by the previous speaker. The grant suggests that the county should be working with community-based organizations, which Inland Valley Alliance, Mid Valley Cleaner Coalition, both reside in Mid Valley, and we would like to be part of this initiative. I also want to congratulate the District 1 for applying for this grant and receiving it. This could be a really good thing for Mid Valley. As everyone knows, we're always the last ones at the table when it comes to funding for infrastructure and all these things that the community needs. And this grant could be a very good thing in the right direction as it relates to public transportation and making a more equitable area for our community. We are a frontline environmental justice community, and as someone who lives in Mid-Valley and has been speaking up for our area for years, this is an excellent opportunity for us to help create meaningful civic engagement. Lived experience of Mid-Valley needs to be at the center of this access program, and I hope you allow Freight Communities Action Coalition to help with outreach, or you guys can present at one of our meetings, like the previous speaker said. Yeah, and just we hope this is a good step forward into curbing the excessive warehouse growth that has plagued Mid-Valley now. So thank you for letting me speak today. Bye.
Thank you, Franco. Now 3.62. Did you want, oh, I'm sorry, before we vote, no more vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I apologize, Jose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out that today's action accepts the California Air Resource Board's planning grant to support a community-driven transportation planning effort for Mead Valley. The grant will fund technical studies and extensive community outreach to help identify future mobility, transit, pedestrian, bicycle, and transportation access needs. The concerns that were raised regarding truck traffic are important, but they're outside of the scope of what we're doing today, but I will continue to work with all community groups moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you make sure that it shows that Supervisor Medina made the motion on that? I jumped.
Do you want me to cancel it?
Yeah, cancel and redo it, and then we could have Supervisor Perez join in on that one. Good morning. We're on 3.55. It's the CARB Community Planning and Capacity Grant.
I didn't go.
Just to get your name on that.
There we go.
We're just redoing it to include you.
Okay.
Okay, Jose.
Yep.
All right. Now, 3.62.
We have one public speaker, Anthony Noriega.
Is Anthony here or is he online?
He should be here. Anthony Noriega.
Good morning, Chair, ma'am, and the members of the board. My name is Anthony Noriega. I'm the District Director for LULAC District 5. I'm here today on behalf of LULAC Council, Riverside Council 3190, LULAC Council of Ontario, and LULAC Veterans of Southern California. LULAC supports the civil grand jury's recommendations for independent civilian oversight of the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. The grand jury has completed its work.
This is not
the responsibility.
This is not the item.
The
3.62.
responsibility now rests with the board to provide meaningful response and move toward implementation of that recommendation.
We're on a different item. What item were you wanting to speak on?
Pardon?
Which item were you going to speak on?
This was 3.69. Is this, are we miscalled up?
Yeah, this is 3.62.
Oh. So they must have messed up on the card. Did you look at it?
Yeah, I think he's wanting to speak on item 3.69.
Right.
Right. Anthony?
Okay, we'll just change it and we'll call you back up in a minute, okay?
Oh, okay, fine. Okay,
thank you.
Okay.
I'm looking through the paper trying to figure out what he was addressing. I was a little slow. Okay. So are there any other speakers on that item? Okay, please vote. TLMA kind of get nervous, huh? Okay. We are now on
Item
3.69. Before we do that, can we just do the vote on those for 4/5 votes? Yeah, let's just get that done. I'll repeat those: 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.12, 3.14, 3.23, 3.42, 16.5, and 16.9. Okay? Okay. Please vote. Okay. Now we are on 3.69. Pardon? How many speakers do we have?
We have 58 public speakers.
Pardon?
How many are, this doesn't add up. So how many are here? How many here?
For sake of time, we're going to have to reduce it. Now, it depends on how many of you are willing just to say, I support this. When we call your name, you can come up, say your name, and if you want to read something, that's fine, but we're going to have to reduce it for everybody. Is 2 minutes too much? 2 minutes for 58 speakers? Okay. We are at 2 minutes for this item. But we still encourage anybody who wants to forgo their minutes, you can certainly just say I support it. Okay? So we will begin. 3.69.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to state out loud that I think the support is there, folks, just to give you a heads up.
Is there a vote? Okay. Our first speaker, Anthony Noriega. Followed by Amaris Montes.
Once again, my name is Anthony Noriega. I am the District Director for the League of United Latin American Citizens in the Inland Empire. I am here on behalf of the Riverside Council 3190, LULAC de Ontario, and LULAC Veterans of Southern California. Let me be clear, LULAC supports the grand jury's recommendations for independent civilian oversight of the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. The grand jury has completed its work, and responsibility now rests on this board to provide a meaningful response and to move forward with the implementation of that recommendation. Regarding the proposed ad hoc committee, it must be evaluated by one standard. Does it advance the implementation of the grand jury's recommendation, or does it create an unnecessary process that shifts attention away from the recommendation already before this board? After reviewing the supplemental information, LULAC has serious concerns about the structure, purpose, direction, and the proposed committee. Its broad and undefined scope creates risk, additional studies, exploring other options, and reopening the question of whether oversight is needed. There is concern that this board may be moving forward to a new process while ignoring the grand jury's recommendations, and they remain unresolved and unresponded. Without clear response, we need it. Under California law, this board has a responsibility to address those recommendations directly. That responsibility cannot be transferred or replaced by a continued discussion without action. The Board of Supervisors cannot allow the sheriff's position to determine the future of accountability and oversight of Riverside County.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments.
Amaris Montes, followed by Nanette Pratini.
2 minutes. He's coming up to help you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Amaris Montes, and I'm a staff attorney at the ACLU of Southern California and also a member of the Riverside Sheriff Accountability Coalition. I'm here to support item 3.69 because the Riverside County Sheriff's Department urgently needs meaningful oversight and accountability, as Riverside has become one of the deadliest counties in the country for people in custody. Using data obtained from public records requests in the California Attorney General's office, we found that approximately 270 people have died under the custody of Riverside County Sheriff's Department from 2011 to 2025. Over 95 of these 270 deaths occurred since 2019 when the current sheriff took office. The deadliest year was 2022 with 19 deaths, the highest in 15 years and more than double the historical average. 2026 is already on pace with that trend, with 8 deaths already occurring by mid-June. Of all 58 counties in California, Riverside had the second highest number of in-custody deaths. These are not just statistics or numbers. If we can go to the next slide. They are losses of family, friends, loved ones that may have been preventable. Christopher Zumwalt is just one example of someone who was gone too soon because of the Riverside Sheriff's Department had failed him. As reported in the New York Times, Mr. Zumwalt was arrested on suspicion of public intoxication, never charged with a crime, and was supposed to be arrested after sobering up. After 6 hours in a sobering cell, 10 jail guards in full riot gear pepper sprayed him in a small concrete room and secured him to a restraint chair. Guards repeatedly shocked him and covered him in his head with a spit mask. Unmonitored, he sat without breathing for nearly 5 minutes. When finally checked, he was found dead from cardiac arrest. Mr. Zumwalt's story is just one of many, And the ACLU of Southern California supports item 3.69 because
Thank you for your comments.
Nanette Pratini, followed by Virginia Caridi.
Just make a quick comment.
Go on.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that I think it's important just to know what Supervisor Perez also mentioned. I think the board's pretty much there, so just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Nanette Pratini with the League of Women Voters Riverside. I'm here to talk about fiscal responsibility. These two graphs come from two data sources. When you combine the data sources over a longer time period, the county has had to pay out over $126 million in lawsuits. Compare that to the cost of oversight, which is far less, like less than 10%. Clearly, the county has a problem. As stated in the grand jury report, Riverside remains among the largest counties without fully empowered civilian oversight. And this presents measurable governance risks. Fortunately, there are proven steps that can be taken to solve them. We need strong oversight measures, and soon. We don't need more study, we don't need a co-opted process, and we don't need a weak recommendation. What we do need is a small group of people with stakeholder input and transparency to create an implementation plan and agree that we do need oversight today. Hopefully the board will have the wisdom to move forward on this issue today. No more studies, no more delays, no more deaths. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynette. Virginia?
Virginia Caridi, followed by Mark Kreider.
Hello, I am a member of the Riverside County Sheriff's Advisory Committee. We as a group wrote out this statement. As members of the Sheriff's Advisory Committee, we appreciate the opportunity to clarify the operational scope and context of the committee and its purpose. Our committee was not created, trained, funded, or empowered to operate as a civilian oversight body for the Riverside County Sheriffs. Rather, it was established as an informational, educational bridge between the local volunteers from various communities in Riverside County and with the county sheriff. For this reason, the grand jury's report evaluating the Sheriff's Advisory Committee against national civilian oversight standards is flawed at its core. We are made up of community volunteers who have no funding, no staff. It is an internal advisory liaison to Riverside County Sheriff's Office with no legal, investigatory, nor policymaking authority. At no point has the Sheriff's Advisory Committee been given the authority to oversee department policy, access sensitive data, issue formal binding recommendations, nor is the committee designed to produce meeting minutes, make written findings and formal recommendations, or prepare documentation of deliberative process or policy impacts. Rather, our SAC meetings are informational exchange sessions between SAC volunteers, community liaisons, and the Riverside County Sheriff. The purported lack of public transportation noted in the grand jury report is quite simply a result of this internal informal framework and not a willful omission by our committee. The volunteers of this committee serve and represent the various community with good faith, which is what we were tasked to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Kreider, followed by Sukhbir Gill.
Good morning. I'll skip some of the formal introduction just to save time. But I wanted to speak because I think oftentimes nuance can be very important. And personally, I see the deaths and conditions in the jails as the result of problems rather than the problems themselves. The problem is people who tell you things will be okay or will do better without changing things. It's the people who got us there that are behind that, and they're behind the problem. The relationship between the coroner's office and the sheriff's is, I believe, illegal in like 47 states. It was introduced a long time ago as accommodation for large land areas with small populations, and that just doesn't really fit with Riverside County today. You know, again, it's the problem is people who say don't change things. And the committee that is being proposed, you know, there are people and procedures capable of improving our situation, and this oversight committee is an opportunity for them to be heard and considered. I believe it'd be a significant legacy to today's Board of Supervisors if they established an independent civilian oversight body pursuant to AB 1185 and were to lead Riverside County in the process of improving our jail system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Sukhbir Gill, followed by Nancy Melendez.
My name is Sukhbir Singh Gill, a Riverside County resident, a human and civil rights advocate, an independent photojournalist working with Impacted Families, a member of Riverside Sheriff's Accountability Coalition, and a former candidate for Riverside County Supervisor in the 2nd District, where I challenge incumbent Supervisor Karen Spiegel. The proposal to create an ad hoc committee and spend another 6 months or 180 days deciding whether independent civilian oversight is necessary is absurd. The Riverside County Civil Grand Jury has already completed an extensive investigation and issued its findings. Dismissing those findings does not make them any less true or valid, nor does it relieve this board of its responsibility to respond with meaningful action. It's also not a sufficient response to the grand jury to have inaction while whistleblowers, former captains, commanders, and their attorneys are alleging corruption, retaliation, and cover-ups involving jail debts in the county jail system. Families continue to wait for answers and public confidence continues to decline. This isn't anti-law enforcement, this is pro-democracy, nonpartisan. Transparency and accountability is not punishment. They are a foundation of public trust, and the smoke is coming from inside the house. The position of the board has shown complacency and is just as complicit and liable for those jail debts. As an elected governing body of Riverside County, and the responsibility ultimately rests with you. It's only 5 of you, and if this board cannot ensure accountability when credible concerns are raised about deaths in county custody, then it is failing its obligation to the public and you become expendable. The public has repeatedly provided court records, sworn testimonies, official transcripts, and documented evidence, yet too often the response has been delayed, dismissal, or complacency instead of meaningful engagement. Jeff, this applies to you as well. The response from the board shows the disconnect not just from constituents but also reality. Your privilege as a parent and your response, which is always condescending and patronizing while dismissing the ample amount of facts that we have provided. People aren't dying in jails. They deserve safety, dignity, and equal protection under law. Their families deserve truth and accountability. The time for another 6 months has passed. The civil grand jury has completed its work and delivered its recommendations. The public is asking for implementation, not another delay. Thank you.
Nancy Melendez, followed by Elizabeth Ayala.
Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, good morning. My name is Nancy Melendez, and I'm here today as a Riverside community leader. Over the years, I've had the privilege of working with people from many different backgrounds, beliefs, and perspectives. And one thing I've learned is that the strongest communities aren't built because everyone agrees. They're built because people are willing to come together, listen to one another, and work through difficult issues with respect. And that's why I support establishing this ad hoc committee. This proposal doesn't predetermine an outcome. It creates a thoughtful and transparent process to evaluate options, to hear from stakeholders, and develop recommendations based on facts, community input, and good governance. I believe that's exactly what the public expects from its elected leaders, not to avoid difficult conversations, but to have them openly and respectfully. I want to thank Supervisor Medina and Supervisor Spiegel for bringing forward a process that invites dialogue rather than division. I respectfully ask the board to support this item and allow this important work to begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Elizabeth Ayala, followed by Deborah Snow.
Nancy Melendez. Can you repeat your name?
Elizabeth Ayala. Good morning, supervisors, and I offer that all of us want to be heard because last year Supervisor Medina did bring forward this motion and no one seconded it, and there was no discussion from the dais about this issue. This issue is very important to me because so many people in our county jails are pre-trial. That means they can't afford bond, and yet they face death entering these jails. We as a community, I know that the sheriff is independently elected, but the more we can bring oversight, transparency, information, the more we can inform voters about what this sheriff does in our jails with our tax dollars. I wear my Stanford shirt because I carry many identities. I'm really proud to have graduated from a school here in the county of Riverside. I'm really proud to have returned to my community to do work in the community. And I'm really proud to be able to speak about the fact that I and many loved ones carry mental illness. And I'm scared if there's ever a pre-trial position where one of my family members has to go into these jails, and how we'll be treated by the sheriff's staff, how we'll be treated under the policies that the sheriff rules over. You as supervisors are his colleague, and you need to do more to hold the department accountable, to highlight what he is doing to people who are pre-trial, don't afford bond. For me, this is an issue that is way overdue. I do not want a committee, I want changes. I do not want a committee, I want data. I do not want a committee, I want to spotlight the track record of this sheriff. So please move forward and go much more beyond. Thank you.
Deborah Snow, followed by Lisa Matus.
Good morning to you all. I want to thank Mr.
Can you
Medina.
restate your name? The
Oh,
applause,
I'm
I couldn't
sorry.
hear it. No, it's not your fault.
I'm Deborah Snow.
Deborah Snow.
And I want to thank Mr. Medina for bringing this up last year. I was very discouraged that it wasn't done then. I've read the grand jury report. I am in support of either the ad hoc, if that is the first step, or to go ahead and make recommendations now. I'm not anti-law enforcement. My husband is retired night juvenile hall staff. I have a retired park ranger in my family. I have several law enforcement, but we need accountability. This has gone on too long. And from what I've seen from Mr. Bianco is a lack of accountability, blaming, deflection, and now this is all verified by the grand jury support. So thank you, especially Mr. Medina and all of the supervisors. I yield the rest of my time.
Lisa
you,
Matus,
Deborah.
followed by E. Petrella.
I'm short. Supervisors, here we are. It's not a new conversation. This is a response to the civil grand jury report. I think if that report had never been issued, would we even be discussing this today? Oversight has been on the table for years. Families, attorneys, advocates, experts, and community members have repeatedly come before this board with evidence, recommendations, and firsthand testimony. Yet year after year, there has been no meaningful action. I am troubled in that nowhere in this proposal are the voices of the impacted families meaningful. They're not acknowledged at all. The people who have buried their loved ones, I being one of them, have lived through these failures and are virtually absent from this process. The civil grand jury didn't uncover a mystery. It confirmed what families have been telling us for years. AB 1185 and the grand jury report already provides a blueprint for civilian oversight. We need to act now. You're proposing a 180-day process while taxpayers continue paying for lawsuits, settlements, and outside attorneys. That's not fiscal responsibility. That's the cost of inaction. And that's where we're at today. But we can change that. And I have met with every one of you except Supervisor Spiegel. In those meetings, each of you acknowledged concerns and expressed the need for oversight. We've seen this before when families asked you to separate the sheriff and coroner, and this board voted no. The The state of California ultimately had to step in because Riverside County would not. I assume this item will pass because the grand jury report requires a response, but another process is not accounted.
E. Petrella. E. Petrella was given time from P. Petrella. Is Mr. Petrella in the audience? Thank you. Total of 4 minutes.
And I'm going to start by showing this picture. I don't know where I can put it. You can see it. Can you see it? Right there. That's my property and 4. It's not coming up?
No, it's not.
Okay. Okay. My husband and I support Sheriff Bianco, and he has our vote should he run again. I don't believe an oversight committee is necessary, but if this board is going to give such a high level of credence to this grand jury report, then I expect the same level of credence and action to the code, not living up to code grand jury report, and I would like to serve on that ad hoc committee. I also believe the department needs more training than being micromanaged by liberal law haters. What happened to me and my husband this past weekend, which I emailed this board on Saturday, is an example of what happens when guidelines and ordinances are not followed. It's cited on code and not living up to code report. The following incident was a direct result of the stand down and tread lightly orders given to code enforcement by this board. I was swatted by an STR owner, and a sheriff four-man team responded with weapons drawn, trespassed onto my property. They searched my property and found no evidence of the false claim. However, now I have to live with this horrible experience that has led me to fear law enforcement and PTSD trauma of all the what ifs that come to mind over and over. To my surprise, there's no accountability for this STR owner that made this false report with no evidence to back it up. I don't fault the officers that technically violated my property and invaded my safe space. This happened because code enforcement was giving orders to look the other way.
Okay, I'm going to stop you because stick on the topic.
I am sticking on the topic.
No, you're not.
Stop my time.
No. We will cut your time. The topic is on the sheriff oversight.
Yes, and this is the reason why there's no oversight needed. Things happened, and things happen for other reasons than sheriffs being bad.
They violated your rights.
So people deserve to. Hello? Right. Am I allowed to scream across?
No.
Okay, I expect the same respect. I did not scream at anybody on the audience. I expect the same respect.
I agree. Please don't yell across. Stick on the topic.
Okay, I'm sticking on the topic.
Not short-term
Okay, I'm
rentals.
sticking on the topic. Training is needed, but if there's room for improving how to better serve the community and how to better use the resources, it should be looked into. Okay? Perhaps we should determine if there was any interference from this board in the prisons before creating an ad hoc committee. After all, there was a self-convicted felon serving as a Coachella mayor, Mr. Perez as chief of staff. So, I'm done. I cannot speak freely. I'm done, okay? But remember, the reason why you're here is because you did the same thing on this agenda item last year. You prohibit public speaking. Excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Connie Ransom.
Who's opening their mouth over there? You gonna allow that? Remember that was me last year.
Can I please have the... Okay, we're going to shut this down if you don't stop.
I'm a taxpayer citizen. I respect to be heard.
Mr. Kim, please. Mr. Medina.
Madam Chair, I just want to remind everyone what an important topic we're discussing here. I know coming in, that there are many emotions, feelings, both on pro and against, but I just reminder to all of us to please let's keep our decorum and so that we can hear so that we can hear all the important voices that are here. So thank you, and I look forward to more discussion as we get through and get to hear everyone who's here to express their opinion. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Connie Ransom, followed by Jose Santos.
My name is Connie Ransom, and I waive my time to other speakers who have already covered what I'm interested in. I am vehemently in favor of this committee. Thank you.
Jose Santos, followed by Andy Roth.
Good morning, Chair and Madam, the board or members of the board. My name is Jose Santos. I'm the president for the Riverside Sheriff's Association. Earlier last year, RSA opposed the previous version of this proposal because we believed it was incomplete and lacked the necessary safeguards, operational analysis, and balanced stakeholder involvement. Today, RSA is not supporting the creation of the permanent oversight body. However, we are not opposing the legitimate and balanced process to study the issue. We are reserving our final position until we can determine whether this process is comprehensive, fair, and thoughtfully designed. Before any permanent body is created, there must be a detailed financial impact statement addressing staffing, legal, administrative, technology, training, insurance, and potential litigation costs. There must also be a meaningful analysis of the impact on the residents, the businesses, contract cities, public safety services, recruitment, retention, department morale. Anyone involved evaluating the Sheriff's Department operations should complete a structured familiarization program that includes patrol ride-alongs, jail visits, force simulators, training, policy review, briefing from experts in law enforcement, correction, and constitutional law, labor relations, public finance, behavioral health, and victims' rights. The county must also examine every available model, including improvements to existing advisory systems, transparency measures, stakeholders, and approach used by other counties without beginning with a predetermined outcome. At the end of the day, I will leave you with this. The integrity of this process will be measured by whether all voices are genuinely included, all impacts are honestly studied, and the outcome is driven by facts rather than politics. RSA will reserve its final position until the work is completed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy Roth, followed by Chani Beeman.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name's Andrew Roth. I'm in support of this proposal. About a week ago, the California Supreme Court approved a decision by a lower court in Sonoma County that held that the voters of the county had the legal authority in California to impose oversight on the Sheriff's Department, including discovery and investigation, which included subpoena of police records. I think the issue before the board today is not whether we should embark on an investigation of what to do, but the issue really is, should you get ahead of the public or be behind the public? I think that if nothing is done today, you'll see a grassroots movement throughout the county of Riverside of voters who will put this on a ballot. And if the issue is on a ballot, then it may not be as well thought out, it may not be as measured as what the supervisors can come up with. So the issue here is not do we need what kind of oversight we need, or should we have oversight, but who should make the decision? Who should take the lead? And I really wish that the Board of Supervisors will take the lead and not be the tail of this problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chani Beeman, followed by Daniel Jivanji.
My name is Shani Beeman. I'm a member of the Riverside Sheriff Accountability Coalition. I prepared comments for today, but in the interest of time, I will limit it to material that has not already been covered. Here's some data. Between 2010 and 2024, the county paid over $126 million in RSO-related lawsuits. That's an annual average cost of $10.7 million. On the other hand, the annual cost of independent oversight, including an inspector general and an oversight commission, is estimated to be between $800,000 and $1.5 million. It is 7 times more expensive to address problems through lawsuits than it would be to create an independent oversight. Law enforcement agencies that adopt effective independent civilian oversight quickly learn it is not about deputy discipline or second-guessing every decision made. Rather, it provides objective means for evaluating department systems, policies, practices, and patterns. Transparency helps agencies identify opportunities for improvement. These are the seeds that will grow mutual confidence and trust. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Daniel Jivanji, followed by Luis Rada.
Hi, good morning, board. Good morning, community. My name is Daniel Jivanji, and I'm with Inland Empire United. And today we're out here in support of the creation of an ad hoc committee for sheriff's accountability. Thank you to the board members that signaled support for this. We need to have a governance and accountability structure that is durable and that lasts generations, so that all or any sheriff that is in office is held accountable. And this form of governance and structure of an ad hoc committee can last the test of time. Let's do the right thing for human rights, proper administration, and taxpayers. And let's vote, hopefully the vote is unanimous, for the support of an ad hoc committee. Thank you, and would love to hear all the community voices that come after me and that are come today. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Luis Reyna, followed by Jen Reeves.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Luis Reyna. I'm the president of the California LULAC Veterans of Southern California Chapter 3274. Our chapter supports an independent civilian oversight commission, but opposes the proposed ad hoc committee because it doesn't directly address the recommendations of the Riverside County Civil Grand Jury. The need for independent oversight has already been documented through years of public testimony, investigative reporting by the New York Times, findings of the 2025-2026 Civil Grand Jury, and editorials by both the Press Enterprise and the Desert Sun, each calling for an independent civilian oversight commission. The people of Riverside County do not need another study or another committee. They need leadership and action. We need to quit wasting time. The proposed ad hoc committee places responsibility for developing solutions in the hands of only 2 supervisors, rather than allowing the full board to openly deliberate and make decisions in public. It risks becoming another delay instead of a direct response to the grand jury's recommendations. California law requires that this board to formally respond to the grand jury's findings. That responsibility should not be postponed by another 6-month process. As veterans, we know accountability strengthens institutions. We respectfully urge you to reject the proposed ad hoc committee and move forward with meaningful civilian oversight. At some point, leadership requires making a decision. We need to stop stonewalling. Thank you.
Jen Reeves, followed by Corky.
Members of the board, my name is Jen Reeves. 1 year ago, many of us stood here in this room before you asking for a civilian oversight committee. At that time, the majority of this board denied moving forward with one. For that entire year after, Sheriff Bianco was allowed to use department time, officers, and resources to actively campaign for governor. It's my personal belief that he hoped to cover up all the corruption filling his department and his office had he won that seat. He has lied on death reports, like in the case of Jamal Brown. He has had an astronomical number of officers being accused or convicted of a wide variety of crimes, from accessing computers illegally to drug smuggling to stalking and sex crimes. His department has fostered a culture of retaliation, including setting one officer up for a crime he wasn't involved in, the termination of that officer's wife under questionable circumstances, and another retaliatory forced retirement that just cost this county $2.25 million. He didn't even have the respect to show up here today. If he can't respect the position he holds or the people he serves, he definitely needs an oversight committee to keep him in check. Thank you.
Porky, followed by Luz Maria Negron Burmo.
Good morning. I had some experiences lately with the Sheriff's Department.
Can you move this mic because I can't hear you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I've had some experiences. I do get Gutierrez's emails. He's in my district. I live in San Jacinto, California. I had a death of my parents a few years ago. So I've had a family member in a struggle between a piece of property. And because of that piece of property struggle, she has some mental issues. I've had to have the Sheriff's Department come out. It's been called plenty times. I've been told by the Sheriff's Department that they couldn't do anything unless she broke into my house and shot me with a gun in my mouth. I was recently detained and then arrested and then detained again, according to the letter I just got. So to me, oversight is very important. I mean, I wish I could go to work and not have anybody oversee anything that I had to do. I had to spend 6 hours in a jail. I've never been arrested before in my entire life. I work for the County of San Bernardino, and I work for, I'm in IT, and I've seen how they treat and do safety checks and stuff like that. None of that stuff was done in the jail. Pretty much 95% of everybody that was arrested in there was homeless. Homeless people have no clue how to keep a schedule and go to their arraignment, and so then it's an endless cycle of them going back to jail over and over again. There was a gentleman in there that was literally rolled up something and started sniffing drugs in the jail cell with me. There was at least 10 people to 15 people in the jail cell with me. Like I said, I was arrested, photographed, fingerprinted, but then I got a letter saying that I was just detained. So my hands was cut. I'm in my 50s. I was never been arrested before. I was assaulted on my own piece of property that I own. The person that assaulted me was not supposed to be there, and stuff broke out, and when I tried to leave, I was blocked off. So I think oversight is very important, and I just wanted to share my experience. And I have a family member that's in the Sheriff's Department, so there's a lot of good people, and I have a friend who was in the LAPD. So there's good people out there.
Thank you.
Luz Maria Negron Burmo, followed by Carrie Law.
Do you need a translator? She's back in the room, right? Here she comes. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Buenos días, Junta de Supervisores. Mi nombre es Luz María Negrón Bermo.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Luz María Negrón Bermo.
Y estoy aquí para apoyar al supervisor José Medina y a la supervisora Karen Spingel.
I am here to support Supervisor Medina and Supervisor Karen Spiegel
para el establecimiento de un comité ad hoc de la Junta de Supervisores
to support the ad hoc committee that this Board of Supervisors is proposing
para evaluar opciones de asesoramiento y supervisión
to evaluate the options of assessment and supervision
para el Departamento del Sheriff del Condado de Riverside.
for the Riverside Sheriff's Department.
Este comité ad hoc debe de ser diverso y multicultural.
This ad hoc committee should be diverse and multicultural.
Muchísimas gracias y que tengan un día bonito.
Thank you and have a beautiful day.
Carrie Law, followed by Jody Christopher.
Is it still morning?
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Law. I'm Riverside County resident. Oversight over the sheriff and his department actually makes no sense to me. I have a letter here that we've actually given, as I'll refer to later. I'm requesting the board approve Sheriff Bianco's full budget and comply with grand jury recommendations. 3 findings makes this urgent. First, the grand jury documented 29 inmate deaths from understaffing and inadequate screening, yet the county faces a $38 million deficit while redirecting funds towards sanctuary programs instead of jail safety. Second, the uncapped influence report revealed unlimited campaign spending loopholes creating undue influence. The board rejected grand jury recommendations to fix this despite 4 of 5 supervisors receiving money from the union and PAC's developers' casinos. Third, the grand jury found systematic retaliation against employees, highway therapy transfers, bullying, and 80% of harassment complaints downgraded and suppressed. We're now seeing similar patterns targeting the sheriff's office. I urge the board, reports also indicate corruption cases at the municipal level, including Coachella Mayor Steve Hernandez's conviction under Supervisor Perez's tenure. Combined with your rejection of anti-corruption reforms, this raises serious accountability concerns. I urge the board to, 1, restore public safety funding without cuts, 2, eliminate campaign finance loopholes per grand jury recommendations, 3, halt retaliation against whistleblowers, and 4, provide written explanations for any budget reductions to sheriff operations. I've submitted a detailed letter to the clerk's office.
Thank you.
Jody Christopher, followed by Jessica Christopher.
Good morning again, and just trying to speed this along, I stand with the Riverside Sheriff's Association and their reasons for not fully supporting this committee at this time. Anybody that stands on this committee has to understand we've been having cuts and forced prisoner increase based off of the shutting down of California prisons. We need to look at this more than we need to look at our wonderful sheriff. He's a wonderful sheriff. We need to support him. Thank you.
Jessica Christopher, followed by Greg Langworthy.
I wasn't going to say this, but I will. I've had a niece die in custody. I have, and it wasn't any officer's fault. It was her fault and the choices that she made through her life. And that is true for the majority of those deaths. Oh, by the way, 2020, oh my God, that number was high because it was COVID. COVID. I mean, come on, make a connection here. I don't like that what you're doing is political. You're going after our sheriff because you're a Democrat and you're a Democrat and you're a Democrat. And that's why you're doing it. And it's nothing more than that. You're politicizing this. This man stood up for us and wouldn't go along with the COVID crap that you dished out. So now you're going to try and punish him.
It's insane. This division with a Democrat and Republican, it's insane. And that's what causes these wackadoo crazies who have the time to come here instead of working. And we work while they come here and spew their craziness. This one and this one, two of the worst.
Greg Langworthy. Greg Langworthy was given time by Michael Herman. Is Michael in the room? Thank you. Greg will have a total of 4 minutes.
So, yeah, I won't need 4 minutes. I'm just here to tell you the good parts of an ad hoc committee, because I've been in ad hoc committee with Supervisor Perez, Supervisor Spiegel, Supervisor Medina. The good part of an ad hoc is that you're not kind of on stage, because when we bring issues before all of you, we're kind of almost like a stage in a movie, and it doesn't really promote good civil conversation. You can't really do detailed conversations. So the good part of an ad hoc is that you can hear both sides of the story. You get more than 2 minutes to speak. You can converse. So, and anytime you have a difficult political conversation, you want to have a more unemotional situation. So that is the good part of the form of an ad hoc. So if you decide to go that way, I'm just telling you from experience, that's the good part of an ad hoc. You're kind of allowed civil conversation to hear both sides of the story. So thank you.
Thank you.
Roy Bleckert, followed by Desmond Prescott.
I think the evidence is crystal clear. The more layers of government we add, the worse it is for the people. What we have here is a failure of our elected officials, who we've all voted for in one way or the other, of doing their job. You've heard the speakers come up here, our jails, 90% homeless. Yet you refuse for 7 years to fund the Indio jail, where you wouldn't have the overcrowded conditions and the things that are going on that people have a legitimate concern about, but are not being taken care of by you, who are making a compensation package of $250,000 per year. Yet you don't have the time. You could do this. I put the suggestion, why don't you put this into a study session and have it at 7 o'clock in the evening, where all of us can attend and comment and have more of a freer discussion. You want to put this under the control of certain factions that want to bring us to a place where we should not be, which is where we're at. If we would work together and cooperate, instead of trying to tear each other down or trying to make political theater, we would all be much better off. That's what we, the people, that's what the Constitution, that's what your job is, and you're failing at it. So put together, you've had a lot of things to do and suggestions and advice to fix this, and you refuse to.
Desmond Prescott, followed by Lindsay Sims.
Good morning, members of the Board of Riverside County Board of Supervisors. My name is Desmond Prescott. As someone who lives and works in Riverside County, I believe accountability and transparency should always be part of how government operates, and I am in full support of this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Lindsay Sims, followed by Dan Hawksworth. Lindsay Sims.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Lindsay Sims. I am part of Karen Spiegel's district, and I am here today because I am in favor of a Sheriff's Oversight Committee. Ironically, we were here around a year ago on July 29th, 2025. That was when I joined this fight with around 60 other constituents of Riverside County, when we were cut down from 3 minutes to speak to only 1, and the Riverside County Sheriff and former gubernatorial candidate was allowed to speak ill of your constituents for 15 minutes uninterrupted, while the back of the room was filled with sheriffs. I was going to apply for a grand jury position, but unfortunately, I work a full-time job. However, because of this, I know for a fact that the grand jury has full jurisdiction to review the sheriff's department, detention facilities, police departments, and training centers. If you did not trust in your 60-plus constituents, I hope that you can ignore the antics of Bianco and the Sheriff's Association. And I would like to add, because the Sheriff's Association came up to speak, I don't understand why we're worried about shareholder value when our taxes are being paid to the sheriffs. So I would like to say that please enact a Sheriff Oversight Committee and Inspector General for the good of your county. Thank you so much.
Dan Hawksworth, followed by Paloma Serna.
Good morning, Chair, County Supervisors. My name is Dan Hawksworth. I live in the city of Riverside. I'm here to second the testimony of the ACLU SoCal and the League of Women Voters. I chaired a grand jury in the city and the county of Riverside for 2 weeks. It is a nonpartisan endeavor. It is public individuals from a cross-section of our county coming together to do our very best in rendering a judgment. We have done that in the case of the oversight of the Sheriff's Department, of a total investigation. Weeks are spent doing this. The pay is low, but the commitment is extremely high. I want to honor their work. I hope that you will honor their work and implement their recommendations. If you do choose to establish a task force, move forward expeditiously. Lives are at risk. I thank County Supervisor Jose Medina for his leadership on this issue. I thank the county supervisors for starting to cast oversight over the Sheriff's Department. But let us not forget that oversight is about protecting and restoring the Eighth Amendment, which protects all Americans against cruel and unusual punishment. That is not happening in Riverside County. It is null and void under this reign of terror right now. It must come to an end. It is also an issue of fiscal responsibility. And I hope with the independent coroner coming by action and the leadership of Sabrina Cervantes at the state level, then if we haven't, you've seen the number of lawsuits now, there will be further lawsuits once we have an independent coroner. And finally, we need to treat people with mental illness, with physical illness, where they get responsible treatment in our jails. Thank you.
Paloma Serna, followed by Yusef Miller.
Please repeat your name. I couldn't hear with the applause.
My name is Paloma Serna. I'm the mother of Elisa Serna, who died on November 11, 2019, due to medical neglect while in custody in San Diego County. I'm with Saving Lives in Custody California and North County Equity and Justice Coalition. I support item 3.69, but I am not here to celebrate. The fact that Riverside County only now discussing meaningful sheriff oversight after years of record jail deaths is not progress to brag about. It is evidence of how long this board has allowed the problem to go unchecked. Let's stop pretending oversight is controversial. What is controversial is allowing Chad Bianco and his department to operate without meaningful independent scrutiny while human beings continue to die in Riverside County Jail. Chad does not get to decide whether he needs oversight. The Sheriff Association does not get to intimidate elected officials out of doing their jobs. It was stated earlier that more evidence evidence was needed. Richard Matu's Jr. death was not enough? What about Alicia Upton, Christian Miguel Veramontes, or Michael Vasquez? No, it's not enough. There's hundreds of deaths, and still that's not enough. And this board was not elected to protect Chad's comfort. You were elected to protect the public. So if this ad hoc committee is nothing more than a way to delay or water down independent oversight, then do not waste our time. You know how government works. You create a committee. You hold meetings. You request reports. You use words like let's investigate and explore. And while you're doing this, people are dying. The civil grand jury has spoken. The community has spoken. Impacted family has spoken. The only people still acting confused are the people afraid to confront Chad.
Yusef Miller, followed by Emma Lee.
Good afternoon. My name is Yusef Miller. I want to thank Supervisor Medina and Spiegel for pulling this forward. And this is very, very important. But as was said earlier, that is not an issue that takes 180 days. This is an issue that's been researched already. It's been done right in other places. It's been formalized by the National Association for Civilian Oversight. So it should not take as long as you've given it time for. So we ask for expediency to get to the root of why we're here. We're not here for an ad hoc, but we know that's the first step. But we're not here for an ad hoc. We're here for an oversight committee. Now, we need an oversight whether you love Sheriff or not. We need it if he was a pompous jerk or if he was the great, kind person. You need oversight. Oversight is never the enemy. Oversight is always the solution. Transparency is never the enemy. Transparency is always the solution. So it doesn't matter if we have oversight for each and every one of you, or for Sheriff Bianco, or for the President of the United States, or for the governor. Everyone, including myself, when I leave here, if you want to make an oversight for Brother Yusef Miller, go ahead and do it. And it should be done because I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to hide. I'm not harming my community. I'm not taking monies and funds and using anything in a wrong way. So oversight is something that we can use to keep people honest. If they're already honest, no problem. If there's an issue with them, problem. And you see that a lot of people have this issue confused. This is not an attack on the civil committee that he has now, because the civil committee that he has now doesn't do this work. It's not an attack on them. They don't have to come up here and have their feelings hurt, because this is not about them. It's about an oversight that actually does the work. So please understand, we need oversight and transparency, not hurt feelings or politics.
Emma Lee, followed by Barbara Charlton.
We are just now halfway done, just so people know.
Good morning, Supervisors. I want to address some people's concerns that independent oversight will interfere with the sheriff's ability to do their jobs. I want to ask, exactly what are the sheriffs doing right now to uphold public safety in Riverside? According to the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice, Riverside ranks dead last in the entire state on crime clearance rates. So while Riverside Sheriff Department is enjoying their new saunas and cold plunge and their multi-billion-dollar budget, their crime clearance rate is 2 times lower than the California average and 3 times lower than our neighbor, San Bernardino County. Oversight will not make Riverside more dangerous. The sheriffs are already making sure of that every single day, that they are able to act unchecked. What oversight will do is prevent more deaths and expensive settlements before they happen. I thank Supervisors Medina and Spiegel for bringing this forward, but I want to remind you that this is not the final step, and this is not our ultimate ask. We want a sheriff oversight committee that centers the voices of impacted families and community members who have experienced the real harm and violence that the sheriffs enact every day. And I ask you to use the powers established through AB 1185 to establish civilian oversight as soon as possible, because the time is running out since the civil grand jury's recommendation of 18 months, and with every day that passes, more people in our jails are at risk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Charlton, followed by Eddie.
Jacob's going to help you.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Charlton. I'm here to speak on behalf of 3.69. I know no one in the sheriff's department. I don't know anybody in the jails. I don't know anybody in the sheriff's department or anybody around me that is affiliated with any political backing to this whatsoever. I'm just a concerned citizen. I've lived here since the 60s. I have never, ever heard of the amount of illegal, outright, outrageous things that happen within the sheriff's department, our jails, and our prisons. I know firsthand what Mr. Bianco did during COVID. He let people stay open. That was against the laws that was passed down temporarily for COVID. And it was only the people that stayed open that he knew. They got to keep their business. And everybody else around them that followed the law that was passed down by Sacramento, they lost their businesses. They lost money. They lost many, many things, had to go bankrupt. I know this man is, he runs his department with an iron fist, out west attitude. You know, I'm the sheriff, I'm beyond anything anybody can do to me. But this oversight committee is going to tell you exactly what you need to know. And I think by this many people coming forth and telling you their experiences and how they feel, that alone, the amount of people that are here just should speak volumes. They ask for the budget to be completed, but yet there's $128 million in lawsuits up to 2024. And how many are going out? So you lose money on one hand, you can provide money to the sheriff's department on the other hand and not have to.
Your time's up.
But it's not fair to your constituents to continue without accountability. Thank you.
Eddie, followed by Jalista Corona.
All right. So first, to anybody who's lost someone, you know, I'm sorry for you guys. I'm sorry. So start there. Oh shoot, I'm listening to Cindy Lauper. And I've been coming in here 3 years, and we've been gaslit. You've deceived these people, and I've told them the truth. I told them the truth. I had my head kicked in by that man back there, Don Sharp. That's why everything that happens today is a sham. Because I don't know if it's Chad Bianco. I honestly don't know. I can tell you beyond a reasonable doubt that it's that man right there, your peace officer of standards and training. I don't know if it's Chad. But I know I've come in here and I've told you the truth every single day. And I know that they will try to kill me again.
Will you please stick to the topic?
I am speaking to the topic.
3.69.
I am speaking to the reason we need this. Because I'm a survivor of these sheriffs right here. I am a survivor. I know exactly how they do it. They're not dying. They are killing them. And anything that happens today, the fact that that man is still here and not in Guantanamo Bay or in El Salvador tells me all I need to know. It's full corruption. You should be holding the sheriff accountable. That sheriff should be holding you accountable, and the DA should be holding everybody accountable. It's corruption.
Jalister Corona, followed by Jazz Williams.
Hello, good morning. My name is Hollister Corona. I'm a resident here of Riverside County, and I'm here in full support of this item to create an oversight committee. I want to say that Riverside County has experienced one of the highest levels of death rates, right, in our jails here in the state of California. And you know, Chad Bianco, or Sheriff Chad Bianco, he might say, hey, you know what, with this oversight, we might create a higher bureaucracy. It's going to cost us more money in taxes. On the other hand, our Attorney General, Rob Bonta, he's currently investigating many of these accusations against our Sheriff's Department. And politically, we might not agree, right? Obvious from different comments from the citizens that are here. But we support our sheriffs, right? We care for our sheriffs, just like we care for our residents. And I think one thing that we all agree on is that our residents, when you look deep down, our residents deserve, and this is why I support, again, this committee, our residents deserve accountability. They deserve transparency. They deserve trust. They deserve public confidence in our justice system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jazz Williams, followed by Dr. Tiffany Tate.
Good morning. My name is Jazz. I am in support of the agenda item 3.69. I received my bachelor's degree in criminal justice from La Sierra, and I'm currently working on my master's in public policy from UCR, and I currently serve as the executive director of the Inland Empire Legal Literacy Project, which is a nonprofit that focuses on policy and civil rights right here at home in the IE. And that's why I'm here, because this is a civil rights concern and it's not a political issue, right? I want us to forget about the politics for just 1 second. Voting yes doesn't make you a bad Republican. It doesn't make you a good Democrat. It doesn't mean that you hate the sheriff or that you hate the police, right? When somebody dies in our county jails prior to conviction, it is a violation of Section 1 of the 14th Amendment because they're deprived of liberty and life without due process of law. Saying that to say that no vote is a choice to do nothing about the 270 lives that were lost in our county jails since 2011. And it is a conscious choice to do nothing about the 19 families who mourn loved ones every single year. And it means that you're okay with the millions of dollars that have been paid by the county due to this problem, and that you're putting politics over the people of Riverside County. If I were to tell you 19 people were going to be hit by cars next year, you would look into the problem, because that could be your brother, your son, your mom, your dad, right? You would be concerned because people of the community are dying, and that's why so many people are here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Tiffany Tate, followed by Clarissa Equine.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Tiffany Tate. I am a life member of the NAACP, a life member of the Disabled American Veterans, and a member of the American Legion, and I'm a candidate for the California State Senate. And I am in full support of this, and I want to recommend that you form this. And the rationale is that this is not a political issue, because death is not a political issue. And when you look at in-custody deaths, one of the most significant concerns is, yes, there are staffing shortages, but there are issues when it comes to the mental health responses, as well as use of the political police force and their response to their medical issues. So people are dying from their lack of response to their medical problems. As a physician, I find that as an issue. And I want to support their transparency, because we would not know about their in-custody deaths. But as a physician, I'm part of the NMA, and the president, Dr. Roger A. Mitchell Jr., is concerned about the number of deaths that they do not disclose. So I think it's important, while they are disclosing some deaths, it might even be a higher number, because we don't know what they're not disclosing. And as a surgeon, as a physician who's also a surgeon, if a person showed up and they were bleeding, it's great that I show up, but if I delayed my response, that person could die. So yes, you might vote yes, but please do not delay your response on this issue and respond expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clarissa Aquino or Equine?
Hello, Board. My name is Clarissa Aquino, and I am a resident of Riverside County, and I want to express my support for the county to adopt civilian oversight for the county's sheriff department. I've known about the abuse of power of the sheriff department for a while, but I only just recently learned that there's actually something that can be done about it, and civilian oversight just seems like such an obvious thing that y'all should do. I really hope y'all are going to jump at this opportunity to protect your constituents, because as our leaders, that's what you're supposed to do, represent and protect us. So I hope you'll really truly hear us and adopt civilian oversight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ash Davis, followed by Ernesto Guerrero.
Hello, County Board of Supervisors. I am Ash Davis. I am in Jose Medina's district. I live in the city of Riverside. I recognize that most people have still chosen to make full statements. I'm trying to bring mine down. However, this is too important of an issue to say, yes, me too. And I think you are seeing with the variety and breadth of opinion that this is not quite so simple as yes, please do, or yes, please don't. I want to be clear, this is not a partisan issue. There should be no organization in any kind with the authorization to patrol a county, use violent and deadly force, incarcerate people, and retain those people as wards without permanent, full-time, authoritative, and independent oversight. This sheriff's administration has seen rising crime in jails, declining facility maintenance, scandals involving deputies, abuse cover-ups, and an alarming number of deaths, both of those incarcerated and those badged. And this is a stark lack of accountability and transparency by the sheriff's department, but it's also a lack of honesty on the sheriff's part, which is something I'm not hearing enough. When presented with the investigative findings, Sheriff Bianco launched what we call a DARVO campaign, which stands for Deny, Attack, Reverse, Victim, and Offender. When people are saying this is public gaslighting, they are quite literally being, by definition, this is gaslighting. We have to recognize that we are not always playing with somebody who does have good faith. An ad hoc committee is fabulous. It's a great first step, but it's not enough. This needs to be a board with teeth. It needs to be permanent. It needs to be a job. It needs to be diverse, as has been asked for already. I'm extremely grateful that this is brought forward. This is a very important step. As many have noted, it's probably a bit late. But as also many have noted, please make haste. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ernesto Guerrero, followed by Aram Ira.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Ernesto Guerrero. I am the Regional Director for SIU 721 here in the Inland Region, representing more than 9,000 Riverside County employees who provide vital public services to residents every day. On behalf of our members, I'm here to express support for Agenda Item 3.69. As public servants, our members understand that public trust is one of the most important responsibilities government has. Every day, county employees work to deliver services with professionalism, integrity, and accountability. Those same principles should guide every county department and every institution. Oversight options does not diminish the important work performed by Sheriff's Department employees. Rather, it reflects a commitment to ensure that public institutions have structures in place to promote community trust and confidence. Strong oversight helps strengthen the public confidence, supports good governance, and reinforces the legitimacy of institutions that serve our communities. Our more than 9,000 members live, work, and raise their families throughout Riverside County. They care deeply about effective government and understand that public trust is earned through openness, accountability, and responsive leadership. We respectfully urge the board to support Agenda Item 3.69 and move this effort forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Aram Ira, followed by Amethyst Yates.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Aram Ira, and I'm here today in support of establishing the ad hoc committee. I want to thank Supervisor Medina for his continued leadership on this issue and Supervisor Spiegel for helping bring this proposal forward today. To me, this item really is just about making sure Riverside County has the right structures in place to strengthen accountability, to deepen public trust, and ensure that our decision-making is informed. The recent civil grand jury report, I think, raised significant concerns around transparency, particularly as it relates to our county jail system and in-custody deaths. I do think it is appropriate for the board to take those findings seriously and create a process to evaluate what kind of oversight framework makes sense for our county. Strong public safety institutions are made stronger when the public has confidence that questions are being reviewed carefully, information is shared responsibly, and that our policies are being evaluated with seriousness and care. I believe an ad hoc committee is a reasonable and responsible step. It gives the county, community members, and law enforcement partners time to study what other counties have done, understand what fits our county's unique needs, and bring back thoughtful recommendations instead of rushing into a one-size-fits-all approach. I respectfully urge the board to support this item and allow this discussion to move forward in a constructive, timely, and collaborative way. Thank you so much.
Amethyst Yates, followed by Nathan Kemp.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Amethyst Yates. I'm with the Free Project at Starting Over, Inc. We are a community-based organization that helps families every day to reunite and to establish themselves back into society. However, these families that lost their loved ones in custody, they'll never have those opportunities. I strongly support an ad hoc committee, and I urge the board to include community-based support while coming up with solutions to address the in-custody deaths and the separations that have been going on with these families that cannot be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nathan Kemp, followed by Lamar Normand.
Good morning, Chair Spiegel and Supervisors. I want to especially express appreciation to Chair Spiegel and Supervisor Medina for bringing this motion forward. As you can see,
Jacob, we can't see what he's, there you go, never mind.
Sorry. As you can see, earlier this year, you displayed courage by making the budget go across the departments and refusing to have the sheriff department have special treatment. This is what oversight is. Oversight is not ethics. It's not about politics. It's about what Riverside County chooses to fund. It's more than ethics. With no outside insurer absorbing the losses that the county has paid of over nearly $100 million, every settlement comes out of county funds. The last 2 years, Riverside County has had to draw from its reserves. And yet, prior to today, it's continued to treat preventable deaths as the cost of doing business. Riverside County taxpayers are paying for a law and order brand that actually is just a deadly, chaotic, abusive, corrupt, multi-million-dollar liability. Please, I echo everybody else that not only the creation of this committee, but to wrap it up with haste and move towards oversight, because we can't afford to spend another $22,000 a day on liability, and that's what it costs. Thank you.
Thank
Lamar Normand, followed by Violet Graham.
Good afternoon. Lene Norwood here, speaking as a community member, a mother, a business leader in this actual district, and someone who's deeply concerned that transparency and accountability is not already the standard. So I'm here in strong support and urging a yes on 3.69. Accountability and transparency should be the minimum standard. The public has a right to know how their taxpayer dollars are being spent, and when there are issues and challenges as pervasive, and we see these patterns and practices that continue to impact families, communities, we should be asking questions. And I think creating an unbiased body that can review things that are going on and ask the hard questions is common sense and a no-brainer. One thing I wanted to lift today that hasn't really been centered is our young people, our greatest resource, and sheriffs are on our school campuses. We just saw a few weeks ago a young girl get her head smashed into a brick wall by a sheriff, and that sheriff is paid over $200,000 a year. I have a problem with that as a mother. If I saw my daughter's head getting bashed into a wall, $220,000 could be used and redirected to counselors, to mentors, to mental health therapists that are more equipped to deal with the social emotional needs of young children. So again, I urge this body to strongly implement the oversight committee because public trust needs it, and accountability and transparency is the minimum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Violet Graham, followed by Caleb Reagan.
Violet Graham. I'm from Hemet. I'm here in support of Agenda Item 3.69 as a member of the Riverside Sheriff's Accountability Coalition, which I joined after an experience that brought me face to face with the issues that we are here discussing today. I am here today to speak for the people who've been harmed by this department who can't be with us, who are too afraid to speak out, for whom the stakes are too high. I am here because I was vastly underestimated by a system that thought I wasn't powerful enough to stand against it. I am also here to advocate for system-impacted stakeholders like myself to be included and involved in the oversight process. 10 years ago, a federal consent decree in Gray v. Riverside gave the Sheriff's Department 4 years to fix problems with medical care and mental health care in the jails. Today, we are 6 years past that due date. The county now spends $150,000 a year monitoring compliance, but there has only been one instance where any items were determined to be met in 2023. We now spend more money on monitoring non-compliance than is being spent bringing the jails up to minimum standards. This is typical of the approach we have seen from the Sheriff's Department. Spend $10+ million a year to settle litigation instead of fixing the things we know are broken in the first place at 1/7 of the cost. I've learned about this firsthand because I was arrested last year during a serious mental health crisis, and I am now one of a group of plaintiffs suing to force the county to follow the law regarding due process between arrest and arraignment. I was held without representation or the ability to appeal the county's automatic bail schedule, and when the district attorney decided not to file charges, it was 2 more days before I was released. We have already won an important preliminary injunction on money bail. In jail, I personally experienced just being denied medical care, being subjected to excessive and punitive systems of restraint and control, and a systemic pervasive disregard for the welfare of the people of the community. I'm here to urge the supervisors to approve the ad hoc committee motion today.
Thank you.
Caleb Reagan, followed by Jeff Green.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board of Supervisors. I'm here on behalf of the Inland Empire Labor Council, which represents over 93 unions here across Riverside and San Bernardino counties, as well as over 400,000 working families. And I'm here to, I will waive my time. I know we have a lot of people here, but we are here in support of your item. And thank you, Supervisor Medina and Supervisor Spiegel, for championing this. And hopefully there is good dialogue at this ad hoc, committee, and we can really push forward some reform that is truly needed. So thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Green.
Hi, I am Jeff Green, and I am a member of LULAC Council 3190, and I am a staffer for Inland Equity Community Land Trust and a member of the IE Tenants Union. I'm here in support of the ad hoc committee. I want to thank the supervisor for reintroducing this. I want to reiterate or just support what Anthony Noriega said about the creation of the ad hoc committee as district council and what our state council recommended from LULAC. I also want to include some of the things that we discussed at a vote we had at the council 3190 meeting on July 8th, that there was a similar grand jury investigation in 2022 that recommended a similar oversight committee, but it also included the recommendation of the separation of the coroner and the sheriff's office. And I think that that is very important to reestablish some sort of trust in the in-custody death investigations. And that was included in a letter that our board president submitted in support of this ad hoc committee. So thank you for your action on this, and hopefully we can get an oversight committee.
Thank you.
Our next speakers are online. First, Nina Minka, followed by Janet Bernabe.
Hi, hello. This is Nina Minka. I'm a resident of Riverside County District 3, and yes, I support this ad hoc committee. I strongly feel like the Board of Supervisors needs to ensure that there is independent, and you repeat, independent civilian oversight of the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. I think by establishing an oversight board, This will ensure public safety and justice for all county residents. Thanks for the time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Bernabe, followed by Ismail Gonzalez.
Callers online, hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Continue.
Okay, perfect. Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and community. My name is Janet Bernabe. I am a 30-year resident of the city of Paris. I'm also Deputy District 5 Director for LULAC of Riverside, and also First Vice President of the League of Women Voters. Both are part of the Riverside Sheriff Accountability Coalition, a local coalition which I've been involved myself in seeing heartbreaking unaccountability that's been happening at the Sheriff's Department and the depths. So today I'm here in supporting this agenda item on behalf of LULAC of Riverside, also the League of Women Voters, that the civil grand jury recommendations for independent civilian oversight for the Riverside County Sheriff Department. As we've seen over the last years, there has been no accountability, and this has been completed. This is a responsibility that sits not just for residents, but most importantly for the board to provide a meaningful response. A response that had been done early on, but now that we're here, we want to move forward of the implementation and recommendations. So I urge today to enact oversight measures, which overall seeing the sheriff involvement of shootings and custody deaths and significant financial liability that have come back to the county. But yeah, we want to restore public trust. And that's why I'm here today to reiterate and urge that this is critically reformed to ensure not just the public safety, but overall to hold accountability of what has been happening.
Thank you.
Ismail Gonzalez, followed by Carla Cervantes.
Hello, my name is Ismail Gonzalez. I'm a resident of Moreno Valley. I'm calling in to urge this board to support the establishment of an advisory and oversight committee for the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. I do want to express my kudos and gratitude to Supervisor Medina and Spiegel for bringing this up. As many speakers before me have expressed frustration, it is in my opinion that it is an embarrassment and a shame for governance to take this long, despite all the facts that were said already. It's shameful that it wasn't enacted last year, and it's also embarrassing and shameful that it required a judge to move this process along for some accountability and transparency, which both are solutions. There shouldn't be any sort of bipartisanship regarding accountability and transparency. Quite the opposite, in my opinion. And I want to maybe state that here in Moreno Valley, I've attended many city council meetings where residents from different sorts of backgrounds, just various people, always bring up to our city council that the Riverside Sheriff's Department has conducted poor services or just poor interactions with residents. So I'm glad that this oversight committee will be established so that they could report their interactions to someone with power over the county, right? And I want to just acknowledge that Mr. Bianco is paid $300,000, more than that, just as a base salary, and close to $600,000 a year with benefits.
Thank you.
Anise Smith, followed by Anastasia Komarovsky.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Anise Smith, and I'm a Riverside County attorney and the Director of Law and Policy at Starting Over Inc. And I'm here about today's item, as well as the civil grand jury report released last month. And here we are again, here a year later, all of us imploring you to listen to the community, but now we also have a grand jury report to support our request for a civilian oversight committee over the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. The grand jury found that independent oversight structures, including civilian oversight boards and inspectors general with subpoena authority, are now common governance tools in many counties around the states, and Riverside County remains among the largest counties in the state without one. And they were direct about what that means. The absence of independent oversight is not merely a policy gap. It is measurable governance risk, repeated in custody deaths, exposing this county to civil liability, eroding public trust, and diverting public resources from the services we actually need. And so they recommended within 12 months, an independent civilian oversight body with subpoena authority, amongst other things. As you well know, this issue has made our county notorious. 29 deaths in custody since the Attorney General opened a civil rights investigation in 2023. That is not a headline any of us should accept as normal, and it has damaged this county's reputation. The community voices are getting louder, and so we have to ask you what you will do. People are dying, families are grieving, and this community has had enough. So we are imploring you to stand with us and not against us, listen to us and not ignore us. The law already gives you the authority to establish this oversight body right now under AB 1185, and so we ask you to exercise your authority.
Thank you.
Anastasia Komorowski, followed by Chris Castorina.
Hello. Can you hear me? My name is Anastasia Kamaras. Copy?
We can hear you. Thank you. Go on.
Okay. So I'm nonpartisan candidate for governor of California, and Sheriff, we call him bad cop Sheriff Chad Bianco must be recalled. I don't know why Riverside County residents allow this bad behavior to exist. Sheriff Chad Bianco must go. Thank you.
Chris Castorina, followed by Vem Miller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Chris Castorena. I'm a lifelong Banning resident and Banning High School alumnus, speaking today in my personal capacity. Larry D. Smith Correctional Facility sits right next to Banning High School, where my niece recently graduated as well. The proximity says a lot about who we have chosen to, what we have chosen to build in our community. Our young people should have a clear path to good paying jobs than they do to the jail sitting beside their campus. And between August 2025 and April 2026, 5 people died in custody at Larry D. Smith. Christopher Martinez, 31. Michael Dupas, 61. Godir Boykin, 46. George Ortiz, 62. Robert Wayne Shingleton, 48. 5 people went into Riverside County custody and never came home here in our community. Their families deserve answers. Banning deserves transparency. And this board has a responsibility to act. Vote yes on item 3.69, but please do not spend 180 days studying whether oversight is needed. We already know it is. The sheriff cannot keep policing himself. Supervisor Gutierrez, this facility is in your district. Banning is watching. The families are watching. Our young people are watching. Vote yes today. Come back with independent civilian oversight and subpoena power. Nothing less. Thank you.
Vem Miller, and Vem will be our last speaker.
Hi, yeah, my name is Van Miller. I am calling in support of the committee, but way beyond that. I'm the guy that Sheriff Chad Bianco tried to build his name off of prior to running for governor, when we all knew he was going to run for governor, by creating a fake assassin hoax. Now, I suggest Supervisor Medina, who seems to be interested in investigating whether public resources were used for Chad Bianco's private good. Well, I recommend that you look at the PR company that was under Sheriff Stan Smith, and how that was changed when Sheriff Chad Bianco came into power. And they paid 3 times more for the new PR company, which lo and behold was where Denise Bianco used to work. What I would submit is that the entire third assassin hoax was a planned operation using public resources.
Vim, we're talking about a committee and not about the sheriff directly, please.
Well, the reason this pertains directly to the committee, because this shows an abuse of power, it shows abuse of public resources, and ties into exactly the topic of what we're talking about today. So I recommend people look at how Chad Bianco used public resources for his own personal gain, which is the perfect reason why he should have a committee to oversee everything that.
I'm going to ask you again. This is not directly about just his behavior. This is about an oversight committee. This is about an ad hoc committee. This is about many other things, but not directly bashing Sheriff Bianco.
Well, I'm done anyway, so everybody heard my message. Thank you very much.
I do have Under Sheriff Sharp that would like to speak.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Mr. Van Wagenen, Mr. Tran, Under Sheriff Don Sharp. I'm not up here actually to oppose or agree with the ad hoc committee, but as I've told you before, if I have to hear all this, and I understand concerns, but I want you to remember that, I have 4,000 employees that do a great job. They're out there in a very tough situation trying to do their work. And as far as oversight goes, that's where the 5 of you come in. I've had many talks with all of you, with your chiefs of staff, with your staffers. They ask me questions about incidents in the community, and we try to address those. The executive office calls upon us all the time, asking us questions about stuff in the community. We answer those. So all I would like to make sure is that it's very clear that as far as the sheriff's department goes, we're very transparent where you ask for things and where others do. And my staff do a great job. So I know this is a difficult situation for you. Supervisor Medina, you and I have spoke plenty. You've been in our jails. You've worked in a jail. We joked about different things. You know how we operate in there, and we do a great job. It's unfortunate things happen, and we try to do things better there. But I just want to make sure that you understand that we are transparent, and we always have been.
Thank you. Okay, it's not. You're in the queue, Supervisor Medina? Okay.
Thank you, Under Sheriff Sharp. And I'm going to just expand on something that Sheriff Sharp said. It's probably something that a lot of people may not know about me, and that is that as a Peace Corps volunteer in Colombia in 1974, I taught young men in the men's prison in Medellin, Colombia. Then I came back to California and got a temporary job, basically for 3 months at Soledad prison, where I was an intermittent correctional officer at Soledad, 1975, between March or June to September. Then I came back to UCR, got my teaching credential, and while I was getting my teaching credential, I was a tutor at the California Institution for Women for 1 year, tutored at CIW. Finished my credential, and then was asked to become a teacher at the California Institution for Women. And I taught there for 2 years at CIW. It was adult education teacher. So Under Sheriff Sharp correctly points out my experience in corrections, which led, when I was into the legislature many years later, to my involvement in everything having to do with folks that are incarcerated, both while they are incarcerated and afterwards. And so I have a little bit of firsthand experience, and it is why I am so motivated to do what we are doing here this morning. And I will point out that many people say that watching sausage being made is messy. And I think that's what we have witnessed here today, watching sausage being made. It is messy. We've had a cross-section of our community here. We've heard from different sides. We've heard from labor. We've heard from the Riverside Sheriff's Association. We've heard from nonprofits. We've heard from young people. A cross-section of our community. It's messy, it takes time, but it's important. I've heard here this morning the need of transparency and accountability. I've heard here being said, what brought us here? And in my lifetime, I've also seen that sometimes incidents happen that create opportunity to act. So it's been here. I don't disagree that were it not for the Riverside Grand Jury report that came out recently, we may not have been here. But we are fortunate that that grand jury report did came out, because it did shift where we are and brought us here this morning. But I remember the saying, it's never too late to do the right thing. And that's where we are today, doing the right thing. I also heard about the need for accountability. And I'm reminded of a saying that I like, was said by James Madison when they were talking about passing the Constitution in Federalist number 51. And it says, if men were angels, no government would be necessary. I think that's what this is about. Men are not angels. I have no doubt that there are many, many very excellent individuals, men and women. I see them every day as I go out. I see sheriff deputies, men and women, doing their job. And that is what we ask them to do. But we hold all facets of government accountable, no less law enforcement. I'm glad that we are here today. I thank everyone that came out for being respectful of each other, for allowing everyone to express their views. I want to share that I received a number of letters in support. I received letters from the Inland Empire Labor Council, AFL-CIO. I received a letter from the Building Construction Trades Council of San Bernardino and Riverside counties. Received a letter from the Iron Workers, Local 416. A letter from the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, a letter from the California Coalition for Sheriff Oversight, and a letter from True Evolution and Health and Justice, all in support of today's motion. Also received more than 40 emails in support of today's motion. I see that I already have a motion made. I will second the motion, and want to say that we did spend a lot of time listening, but it was important that we did so, because it's important as we begin the first step, and that's what this is today, only the first step. It's important as we begin this first step that we heard from the community, that we took time to allow everyone who wanted to speak to speak. That is important as we begin, as Supervisor Spiegel and I begin to come together and map out how we move forward so that we make sure that the voices that were heard here today are reflected in our work, and that at the end of the day, when we come forward to the full board with recommendations, it is something that all can support, that it is something meaningful, that it is something that will provide what is necessary for full accountability. With that, I will second the motion and be very happy when this is passed today. Thank you to all my colleagues.
Supervisor Perez.
Madam Chair, if we could just go ahead and scratch that so that Supervisor Medina can be the one who makes the motion.
It's good, because...
Well, I'm asking if he'd like to still do it. If not, then... If that's not, then we'll go ahead and move forward.
Supervisor Pettis, I appreciate where you're coming from. Supervisor Spiegel and I both brought the motion forward, so I'm fine where we are.
Well, thank you for that. So you got a little bit of history, and let me go ahead and give you a little bit more and why I decided to make that motion, although I probably should have been the second. First of all, let me just say thank you to all of you as well for coming here, for showing up, and for calling in, including those that disagree with us, including those that consistently bring up issues that are not even potentially under this agenda. And that's okay. That's what we sign up for. But nonetheless, though, it doesn't mean that this issue, this item, gets any smaller. As a matter of fact, this issue, this item, is critical. And it actually is so critical that I brought this up on Tuesday, June 9th, 2020. So some of you might have asked, I think some of you actually did ask, the question of, this is not a new conversation. Oversight's been in the records for years. Only now we're having meaningful conversations. Well, that's correct. I introduced this item on the issue of review and report back on sheriff policing policy and oversight, including use of force, community policing and crime reduction, training and education, wellness and safety, recommendations on all of the above, so on and so forth. But I didn't get a second, nor did I get a third, and nor did I get any nonprofit support at that time. Maybe I went about it all wrong. And that's okay, because I knew that sooner or later we would get here. And we are now here. The one thing, though, I want to state out loud as well is that what was necessary that I knew I did not do back then, that was done this cycle. And I asked, I was going to say Assemblymember Medina. I asked Supervisor Medina, as we've been colleagues in the Assembly as well as now, that it's important, as one lady indicated, Nancy Melendez, not because everyone agrees, but because people, not because everyone agrees that people come together. People may come together and not agree, and that's okay too. Well, I'm really happy that Jose is here from RSA, and that this conversation does include sheriff deputies, and it will include other individuals from law enforcement. It needs to. Just as much as it needs to have nonprofit organizations, just as much as it needs to have the grassroots, just as much as it needs to have labor. Some people might ask, why is labor even getting involved? Well, I think labor is important too. They have their reasons. And anybody that grows up in the community or in the barrios, I think understand why this is also very important. Now, Jose brought up some history as to why he's he's come a long way and what he's done in the past. Well, let me tell you a little bit of mine. I grew up in the barrios of Cochelita, Avenue 53, Calle Avila. And there is where I lost some of my best friends in drive-by shootings and gang warfare. And unfortunately, rather than community policing back then, police abuse. Those were different times. And at that point in time in my life, I started questioning, why is this happening in my backyard? Why is this happening to folks that look like me? Why is it that we don't even have green spaces? Or why is it that we don't have clean drinking water? Or why is it that we can't even play baseball at a park? We have to go all the way to the other side. Started asking those questions. I'm sure you've asked yourself those questions too. And so I became an activist, an organizer on education, not incarceration at UC Riverside, and so on and so forth. I started working with the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights with Mr. Van Jones, believe it or not. And this was in the Bay Area in Oakland, California, and also in the Central Valley. A lot of folks don't know that part of me, the radical side, if you will, because I know, or the socialist side, if you will, because that's what people will call me. But you know what? I saw it from the approach of civil rights. I saw it from the approach of human rights. I saw it from the approach of, you know what? If you would have grown up like I did, I think you'd be doing the same thing. And so I'm very proud of the fact that we are now here. And I knew one day we would be. Now, some of you may have not been happy about the fact that we are creating an ad hoc committee. And I can understand why. However, the grand jury report does not spell out. It might map out in bigger words, if you will, systems like governance, accountability, transparency. But what does that mean? What does it really look like on the ground? Budget. All right, well, how much are we actually talking about? Staffing. How many staff are we talking about here? Governance. Who's going to make up this body of this ad hoc? Who's going to be included? Who's not going to be included, and why? The grand jury report did not get us here, folks. It was a solution. And just happened to be read by a lot of you, by all of us. But we already were here some time ago, even before me. We knew this had to come. And so, yes, we needed that grand jury report to give us a baseline once again. And by the way, now with the ad hoc committee or oversight committee or whatever you want to call it, we can figure out, all right, how many members of the community are going to be on this governance structure? How are we going to measure success? How are we going to evaluate the efforts? How are we going to make this accountability of oversight more transparent? How are we going to let the public know that this is going on an ongoing basis? What type of media outlets are we going to use? What should the budget look like? And where will the money come from? There's a lot of effort, folks, that might have been done already. However, this ad hoc oversight is necessary so that we can spell it out, so that we can put it on paper and dictate for ourselves which direction we're going to move towards, and do it with all of you, no matter what political side you may be on. Now, this is not because I'm a Democrat that I'm doing this. This is because of the way I grew up, because of what I felt, because of what I saw, because of what hurt me. Like many of you have lost family members, what hurt you. That's why you're here too. So let's come together and let's figure this out. And by the way, let's gather the data and let's have civil conversation. Let's have decorum. Let's have meaningful thought so that we can move this forward. The grand jury says the existing structure, for example. Well, yeah, we may have an existing structure, but nothing about inmate medical care. Who's going to do that? Should the ad hoc committee get into that? I think so. And custody deaths. Are we breaking down all that information for people to review? It also states that the oversight committee is not comprehensive. It's not independent. Well, it states that we need to have an independent review. And that the folks that were put together recently or over the course of a year or two, ever since we introduced this back in 2020, it has been restricted. Well, we need formal recommendations, folks. We need written recommendations. And that needs to come from that ad hoc committee, which consists of all of you and all of us. Now, reading through the grand jury report and reading through other documents over the course of years, there's an organization called the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. I sent this to Jose Medina and I said, let's go to their conference. And I think we're going to go. And I think others should go as well. Why? Because they do talk about, for example, structural independence, clearly defined legal authority, investigative access, public reporting, professional competence. But I also want to invite members of RSA. I want to invite members of the DA's office. I want to invite deputies. I want to invite nonprofit organizations. I want to invite folks that really would like to get engaged in this effort to the real. Let's all go and learn. And let's put this all on paper. And let's make it work. So there's a lot to be said, a lot more than what I've said now. But I will say this to you. I am very happy that we are here. I am much happier as well that we actually had conversation with key individuals that I did not have conversation with back in the day. I went about it all wrong. And that's why I didn't get a support on when I first introduced this in 2020. It was 1 vote yes, 4 no's. Can you imagine how I felt about that? And I said, it's all right, one day we'll come around. And here we are. And it makes me happy to know as well we have a Democrat and a Republican as the ad hoc committee chairs. Why not? It's a good thing. So with that, I also support this, folks. And I support folks that really want to come together and make this work. No matter where you're stemming from, let's do it. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Perez, for your comments as well. Want to just thank all the speakers, everyone that came out today. We had many of you out here that took the time to be here today, so I really, really, truly appreciate all of you, our labor partners as well, including RSA, who are the labor organization for our rank and file deputies. And I want to thank, again, like I mentioned, all the speakers with your stories and everything that, all the comments that you've made. I really appreciate you coming up and speaking about this item. I do want to thank Under Sheriff as well for his comments. And I did want to just share that, similar to what he kind of mentioned as well, this governing board, we are the governing board for the county, so we are the oversight for all the county agencies. But we're very busy, right? We do all various different agencies, and we do have other oversights, other ad hoc committees that each of us sit on. For example, Supervisor Spiegel and Supervisor Medina, I believe, sit on the fire one. I sit on the animal services and planning and things like that. So there are other ones as well. And I think the reason for it is just that sometimes when you have different eyes and other folks that are there, you can be more efficient. You know, there's always ways to improve and just be more efficient in operations and just another set of eyes. So I think that's a good thing. And I've always said that. I said that last year, and I've continued to say that even this year as well. I do want to just clarify, because there were a lot of comments made about because of the grand jury and we're here and things like that. And I think you have to understand the grand jury makes recommendations to the board. That's it, recommendations. It's this board that decides. And so I just want to bring that up because similar to what Supervisor Perez said, this has been ongoing. I watched that meeting, Supervisor Perez, when in 2020, and he is correct. He didn't get a second, and he didn't get any other support. So this has been ongoing, and I did want to just share that it wasn't the grand jury that brought this board to today's meeting. Honestly, it was Supervisor Medina. Supervisor Medina made the motion, or actually not even a motion. He just brought up the item for July 14th. That's actually what happened. And so just wanted to bring that up as well. Last year as well, around March or February, I was working with Supervisor Medina, and we were co-authors on an item like this as well. So again, we've been working on this for a while. I do believe, though, that it does take a balanced approach on whatever commission we make. And again, I don't want to get into the details of that because today we're just creating an ad hoc committee to look at the various options. But whatever that is, I also agree with Supervisor Perez that it needs to be law enforcement also on that commission as well, because they're the experts of that field, and they can provide a perspective, whether it's someone that's in a different police department or the same organization. I think that's a good thing. Being a teacher, we've had oversights as well, and it's always a balanced approach. So it's always, a balanced approach. So I think that's very important. So with that, I also support this item to create this ad hoc committee, and I applaud my colleagues, Supervisors Medina and Madam Chair Spiegel, for spearheading this ad hoc committee. And I look forward to the report. And it does have a timeline. So it's not like it's going to go in a black hole or anything. It is going to come back to us, and then we will review those options and then make a decision. Thank you.
I'm going to try and talk as he works around me. I'm not going to go anything. I think my colleagues, what? Oh.
Yeah, I voted.
I haven't because my screen's dead. He's fixing it. My colleagues shared a lot about me and my participation in this and a lot of stuff. This is not new. I'm supporting the conversation, and I'm supporting it because when you work with your colleagues and you have open conversations, whether you agree or not, you get to a point to where you have to work together and move forward, and that's exactly what Supervisor Medina and I are doing. We had a long talk after last year's board meeting. I did talk to Supervisor Perez, but he never brought it back. And I have no problem working on any topic if I disagree, because you get to a point to where you have to come into common grounds. It's on behalf of not our personal, it's on behalf of Riverside County. And that's what we have to stay focused on, because this is not something that personally, that's why Jose Medina is spearheading it. He takes it very personal and very active. I am 100% one that believes in the things you all brought up: transparency, accountability, conversation. And I love what Nancy said. She's still here? Melendez? I know that Manny already repeated it, but your words are exactly it. We get further when we agree just to disagree. We get further by at least having the conversation, and that's what I look forward to. So thank you, Supervisor Medina, for bringing this, and I still can't, so it's a voice vote for me, just so we can, I was still talking because I still have no screen.
We're getting you logged in right
You logging me in? Over here. Okay.
Oh.
Okay,
I
so
voted.
that passes 4-0.
Yeah, it passed. Yeah.
Now. Pardon? Okay, my colleagues need a potty break. We're going to take a 5-minute break, so those of you aren't sticking around, if you are, I apologize. We're going to take a break. I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I think your computer.
just trying to turn on the mic.
Just need one more to start it. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Recess is over. Come off the playground. Where's my colleagues? Okay. We are back into our meeting mode. We have 4 items before that are public hearings under flood. Is there anybody here from flood? Oh, there you are. Okay. We'll start with 14.1.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Mr. Van Wagenen, Mr. Tran. Edwin Quinones, Assistant Chief Engineer with the Flood Control and Water Conservation District. The 3 items before you, 14.1, 2, and 3, are public hearings that can be opened concurrently to consider the stormwater benefit assessments for fiscal year 2026-27. The assessments help offset the district's cost of compliance with stormwater programs required under the Federal Clean Water Act to ultimately protect our lakes, rivers, and streams. The benefit assessment rates are in the order of $4 per year for a single-family home, and they will remain the same as in previous years. At the close of the hearing, we're recommending adoption of the corresponding resolutions 2026-7, 8, and 9 to levy the assessments this fiscal year. That concludes my update, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from my colleagues? Okay, so we're taking concurrently 14.1, 14.2, 14.3. Do I have anybody? I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anybody here to address us on any of those 3 items? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and have my colleagues have anything? Okay, let's please vote.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and close it with the 3, and it passes 3-0. Thank you. Did you have anything on 14.4, 14.5, 14.6, 14.7? Sorry, that's also flood control.
No additional comments on that. Just available to answer any questions on any of those items.
Do my colleagues have any questions? Can we do those concurrent or individual?
Yes, they are not public hearings, so you can.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so this motion will be for 14.4, 14.5, 14.6, and 14.7.
Madam Chair, those all passed via the block motion.
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
I just want to delay the meeting. Not. Just kidding. Okay, now we're at public hearing. 21.1. We just need to vote to continue it to September 1st, 2026. Is that correct?
4 votes.
Pardon?
You need
we
4
have to
people.
have. We have to have 4 votes. So we'll pass that one up. Okay, that one needs to wait for Mr. Perez to come back in. So we'll go to 21.2. And we do have a member from the public, I think, wants to speak on that. Are they still here? Go ahead and do a presentation. Thank you.
Francis Hoffman.
I haven't opened the public hearing. I just want to make sure they're still here.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Van Wagenen, and Mr. Tran. My name is Brent Casey, Deputy Director for Environmental Health, Department of Environmental Health. Here to talk about the adoption of Resolution 2026 for placing assessments for unpaid trash collection charges onto property tax bills. Recommended motion for the board, conduct a public hearing to receive public comments, hear any objections or protests of property owners to be assessed for unpaid trash collection charges within the county franchise areas. And at the conclusion of the public hearing, adopt Resolution 2026-031, confirming assessments for the amounts incurred in unpaid trash collection charges. As Madam Chair mentioned, we do have a presentation, if you'd like to see that, short overview.
Is there anybody who would like to see the presentation?
I'm sure you spent a lot of time in it, but no thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we will open the public hearing to hear any public comments.
Francis Hoffman, followed by Shelley Reminar. Is Francis Hoffman here?
Okay.
And I understand Shelley Reminar dropped the call, so there are
Okay.
no speakers.
So both of the public members? Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing, and please vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to 21.1. There's no public's comment. I'm going to do a brief introduction.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Van Wagenen, Mr. Tran, Delia Jimenez-Chog, Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer. I am here to present for your consideration amended resolution number 2026-056. This update is necessary to incorporate regulatory changes adopted over the last 6 years since the resolution was last amended, and to ensure our fees accurately reflect the current cost of providing services as well as remain consistent with those charges in neighboring counties. Key updates in the amended resolutions include incorporation of state regulatory court changes adopted over the past 6 years, clarification regarding what program fees and overhead charges are posted on our department's website, update certificate fees for shippers of plant material, update certification fees for certified farmers markets, establishment of a registration requirements and a fee of $500 per calendar year for fruit and vegetable wholesalers. These updates ensure continued compliance with state regulations and support the effective and efficient delivery of public services to the public. The Auditor Controller's Office has reviewed the proposed changes and confirmed that they reflect the cost services aligned with comparable fees in surrounding counties. At this time, I respectfully request that the board opens the public hearing, receives public comments, and following consideration, adopt the amended resolution as presented. My team and I are available for answers and any questions the board may have.
Now, this says it's being continued till September 1st?
No, this item is not being continued.
What are we on then?
The continuation is item 22.1.
22, I put 21.1. Okay, I'm glad we went back to this.
You're making me
Okay.
nervous.
So much going on. My only question is, why did we wait 6 years to look at the fee schedule?
I have the same question.
Okay, that's my answer. Okay.
I've only been in the office 2.5 years, I guess. So now I'm just trying to keep up with everything that wasn't.
That's fine. I just didn't know if it was.
It has been a while.
Okay. Okay, do my colleagues have any questions? With that, I'll open the public hearing. Is there anybody here to speak on this item?
There are no speakers.
With that, I will close the public hearing and have my colleagues to vote. And that passes 4-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now we are in 21.3. Chief Fish, not Fish, Pemberton.
Chief Fish is retreating with the rest of the CAL FIRE staff in Mammoth, so he just skipped me this morning.
Fun. Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, executive office, Mr. Tran. My name is Jeff Pemberton. I serve as the Chief Deputy for Riverside County Fire. The fire department is asking you to hold a public meeting and adoption of Resolution 2026-080, ordering and confirming the special assessments of liens against parcels and vacant land located within the county for costs for abatement and removal of hazardous vegetation for the calendar year 2025. This is pursuant to the Health and Safety Code 14912 and County Ordinance 772, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Colleagues have any questions? The only question I have is I brought this up before when we started the coalition for the Santa River Bottom, and we had talked when it was our previous chief, Weiser, when we were talking about the same type of burns on the river bottom on some of those areas that have overgrown. Is that something we could do there or revisit?
So that is something that I know that the CAL FIRE side of the house was working on with the parks. And I believe that Kyla also had received some grant money from CAL FIRE to do some of those areas. It wasn't the entire river bottom, but some invasive species removals.
Because we had all the chiefs together at one time so that we had the San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange all in a meeting with us. So everybody agreed that it's a necessity, so I just wanted to make sure that we didn't drop the ball.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, with that, I will open the public hearing. Is there anybody here to speak on this item, 2.13? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing and bring it back for our supervisors to vote. Thank you. It passes 4-0.
Thank you.
We are now on 21.4. 21.5, 21.6, 21.7, 21.8.
Madam Chair, you can take them all 21.4 through 21.7 together because they are related to distribution of excess proceed sales, whereas 21.8 is a little bit different.
Okay.
Separately.
Okay, good day, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Michael Thomas, Deputy County Counsel for the Treasurer Tax Collector. For items 21.4 through 21.7, these are items for the distribution of excess proceeds from the sale of tax defaulted property. Absent any questions from the board, we recommend that you conduct the public hearings on these items and approve them as recommended in their respective staff reports.
Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Do we have anybody here to address this board on 21.4, 21.5, 21.6, or 21.7? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing, and we have a vote. Now it is 4-0. Now we're on 21.8.
Yes, again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Michael Thomas, Deputy County Counsel for the Treasurer Tax Collector. This item is for the rescission of a tax sale that occurred in April of 2025. Due to a discrepancy in county records, the owner of a property did not receive their property tax bills and did not receive notice of the tax sale at the proper mailing address. As a result, they were unaware of the tax delinquency and tax sale until after the property was sold. The property owner has now requested that the board rescind the tax sale. The purchaser of the property at the tax sale has provided written consent in support of the rescission, and County Counsel has also provided written consent. The requirements of Section 3731 of the Revenue and Taxation Code have been satisfied with respect to rescinding the property, and the department recommends that the board rescind tax sale 222, item 1030, as described in the staff report.
That's an unusual one. I don't know if I've ever seen that one.
It's uncommon, Madam Chair.
Do my colleagues have any questions, comments? Okay. With that, I will open the public hearing for 21.8. Do we have anybody wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for vote. And that passes 4-0. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm told that a member of the public have made a request to speak on 21.2, item 21.2, but he mistakenly put it the wrong number. Would the board entertain a motion to reconsider so he can speak?
Okay, we will. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Make a motion to reconsider.
Okay, we're going to reconsider. I have a second. This is just to reconsider.
21.2, yes.
Okay. Now, we're back on 21.2. We've already had it addressed us with the information. I will now open the public hearing for 21.2.
Daniel Miller.
Thank you for reconsideration. I came here, I've lived in my house where I'm in the rural area, Lakeland Village, for almost 20 years. We have over 80 fruit trees. I barter with my neighbors for their chickens and for eggs and stuff for 19 years almost. we produce what used to be the plastic bags that you got at the grocery store. About 2 to 3 of those, say 3 a week, is our trash. For 150 years almost, Riverside has been a county. You've never enforced or made people sign up for this before. Now you're saying it's a health thing, but it's a tax revenue grab. When I've asked for a change because of the very little trash I produce a week, they're asking us to pay $10 a week to pick up 3 little bags. I said I have 2 other properties, but when I talked to your people outside, I said I'm at those properties because they pay cash for rent. And one pays on the 1st and the other on the 15th. I also do deliveries for work. I deliver some of the produce I produce to stores. Where if I need to drop off a little bag, I do then. When I showed them my property tax bill outside, they said, that's in Orange County. We don't care you take the trash there. You have to take the trash here in our county. So you have to pay us to pay the tax. Or you can take it to once a week to one of the landfill places, the dump places, and then pay them. I says, I'm only going to be going with 3 bags. Can I do it every 2 weeks? And they said, no, you have to do it once a week and we need the form. I'm petitioning now just to ask if there can be a little change in that because of the amount of little trash we produce. I'm trying to be, you always say to live self-sustain, not to use too much stuff to save the earth, but yet when trying to do that, we're being criminalized as if we're doing something wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's here that can speak on that item? Did they leave already? Oh. So a dilemma here.
Hi, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Van Wagenen and Councilman Nick Crane with the Department of Environmental Health, Deputy Director. Brent stepped out of the room because we thought the item was done, so we're taking a mulligan. We are working with Mr. Miller, and you have our commitment to explore all options with him to address some of his comments. This is not a tax. It is a fee governed by our franchise agreements. Our haulers provide good work and service. They need to be made right by the services they provide to our county residents. So just wanted to clarify that. That's not a tax, but it is a fee that's for those services. But we'll explore with him options for self-haul potentially. But there are certain requirements that the state is requiring for self-haul requirements. SB 1383 occurred, so a rather large bit of legislation that has impacted and has changed the climate dramatically, which is kind of speaks to some of Mr. Miller's comments about why things have changed over the years. So our hands are tied in some respects, but we will address those with Mr. Miller.
Okay. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments?
Just want to make sure that you do. Just want to make sure that, you do touch base with the gentleman you said you have already.
Yeah.
And try to work things out with him. Appreciate the fact that he's thinking about sustainability and although obviously we have to pay our taxes, let's figure that out and see what can be done with this fee. But I think that he's doing a good thing, and I think by him just coming here just to speak to this item, I think it's a good thing too. So I appreciate what you had to say, sir, and thank you for the good work. Just make sure he gets it done. We get it done.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Work with him.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back for a vote. Okay. Thank you, Dan. Okay, we are now (22.1). And we're just going to vote to continue to September 1st. So with that, I don't think we need a report from TLMA. Is there anybody here that was going to speak on this? That being said, we're going to go straight to a vote. This is to continue to September 1st, 2026. Okay. Oops, 20. Oh, I lost a page here. Are we on 23.1 now? Yes. 23.1.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Pai Vaughn, Nanthawon I'm here to present Agenda Item 23.1. This is Changes Zone 220063, Ordinance Number 348.5055. The proposed update to Ordinance 348, the Riverside County Land Use Ordinance, to incorporate agricultural employee housing regulations. The California Health and Safety Code section established 3 types of employee housing that may be approved through a ministerial process. The next slide highlights the key difference between each type of housing. To implement these requirements, the proposed update adds new Article 19Q that establishes development standards and streamline ministerial process, updates zoning classification to identify where these housing types are permitted, and updates definitions. These updates help implement the county's housing element by supporting affordable and safe housing opportunities for agriculture workers. To keep things simple, I'll refer to the 3 housing types by the last digit of the Health and Safety Code sections 0.5, 0.6, and 0.8. While they all are eligible for ministerial review, each has different requirements. 0.5 employee housing is generally treated as a single-family residence and serves up to 6 people. They are allowed where residential uses are allowed. 0.6 Polanco parks may include up to 36 beds in group quarters and up to 12 units. They are permitted where agriculture uses are allowed and may house agricultural employees who do not work on that property. 0.8 agricultural employee housing does not allow group quarters and may have up to 36 units or spaces. Since it's a larger housing development, the state law includes additional requirements, such as the site must have an agricultural general plan land use designation, a certified operator, a 55-year affordability covenant, and meet the site suitability requirements. The certification may come from either the California Department of Housing and Community Development or through the county's Housing and Workforce Solutions Department. The Planning Commission considered and recommended approval of the project on May 6, 2026 by a vote of 5-0. If approved by the board, planning staff will move forward with the implementation of the ordinance. That includes updating the planning's webpage, publishing application forms and checklists, configuring plus permitting workflows, and providing staff training. On behalf of the Planning Department, I'd like to thank the Housing Review Committee, which represents the unincorporated Coachella Valley, along with the community members who provided feedback that helped shape the proposed update. I'd also like to thank our colleagues from the Department of Housing and Workforce Solutions, Mike Walsh, Juan Garcia, and Mervin Milano, for their collaboration and assistance. With that, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors take the following action. Find the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Conduct a public hearing and introduce, retitle, waive further reading of, and adopts on successive weeks changes zone number 220063, ordinance number 348.5055, approve the agriculture employee housing covenant template, and authorize and direct the Housing and Workforce Solutions Director or designee to execute and administer and enforce the agriculture employee housing covenant. And that concludes staff's presentation. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Do my colleagues have any questions? Are you in the queue for this?
I am in the queue, however, I do want to ask, I do want to know if there are any questions at all by the public.
I was first asking for you.
No, I know, I'm saying that I do, but I'm going to save it until I hear from the public.
Well, it's a public hearing, okay.
I'm
All right.
assuming there's going to be somebody.
Is there anybody wishing to address the board on this item?
We have 2 public speakers. She just asked. Monica Tellis, followed by Ada Aguirre.
Good afternoon, Chair Spiegel, members of the board, Mr. Van Wagenen, and Mr. Perez. My name is Monica Tellis. I'm here today to express my support for this ordinance and to thank everyone who helped bring it forward. I've spent much of my career working in housing and community development, and most recently, I've had the opportunity to work on 5 Polanco Park projects that are in various stages of development. Because of that, I have an even greater appreciation for how much work has gone into getting us to this point. One thing I've learned over the years is that meaningful change doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, persistence, collaboration, and people who are willing to stay committed to a common goal, even when the process isn't easy. Sometimes people only see the finished project. They don't see the years of planning, the countless meetings, or the determination it takes to turn an idea into something that truly benefits our communities. I believe today's ordinance is a perfect example of that. Supervisor Perez, I want to sincerely thank you for your continued commitment to our agricultural communities and for your support of Polanco Parks. Your leadership has helped keep these efforts moving forward, and I truly appreciate it. I also want to recognize the staff at Housing and Workforce Solutions and TLMA. I know firsthand that the amount of work that goes into something like this, bringing state law into practical local process, is no small task. And I appreciate the collaboration, dedication, and perseverance that make today's action possible. There are many vulnerable populations throughout Riverside County that deserve safe and affordable housing, and every one of them is important. Today, however, we're recognizing the unique housing needs of our agricultural workforce. Our farm workers are the backbone of our agricultural economy, and Polanco Parks provide something many of us take for granted: a safe place to live, reliable infrastructure, and the opportunity to build a stable future for their families. Thank you for your leadership, your continued commitment, and for investing in solutions that will benefit farm worker families for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Aida Aguirre. My husband and I own Aguirre Mobile Home Park in Thermal, and we're waiting to add more spaces through the Polanco Park program. I just wanted to come today and say thank you. Supervisor Perez, thank you for believing in these projects and for continuing to support them. We really appreciate everything you've done. We've been waiting a long time for this. We know there's a lot of steps to get here, and we're grateful that everyone kept working on it. We appreciate Riverside County for continuing to move this forward. Our goal has always been simple. We want to provide a safe place for farm workers, families to live. Families work hard every day, and they deserve a nice place to come home to. We're excited about what this means, not just for our project, but for other property owners who want to do the same thing. Thank you for everything you're doing, and thank you for your support. Thank you.
Gracias.
There are no further speakers.
Okay, so I just want to say thank you, Monica and Ida, as well. Monica, you said I've known you for quite some time, and you've been at this effort much longer than I. in the sense of the experience and the professional work that you've done with many farm workers. I just so happen to be raised by farm workers and then eventually working alongside them. And that's where my heart is. And that's the reason why I do what I do, quite frankly. And let me tell you guys a little story, a quick one. My parents were farm workers, and I was growing up, and as I mentioned before, Cochelita, and, you know, my mother was working for Corky Larson and her husband, King. Corky Larson was actually a supervisor back in the day. She worked there for about 25 years before she retired. She still works to this day. She cleans homes, if you can believe that. And my dad retired, but he goes helps her. They met in the fields of Imperial County and eventually in Coachella, and they were migrant farm workers, so they would travel throughout the state of California. And so every so often I'd come home and I would see a couple of folks, people I never met before, in our backyard. And they were farm workers. I would ask my mom. My dad half the time didn't know anymore who she was bringing home. But these were workers from her area that she was in charge of at Larson's Ranch. And the reason why she would pick them up and bring them home is because they had nowhere to go. And I remember her telling me vividly that she brought them home because they were sleeping under palm trees, or they were sleeping in the heat in cars. And so at least this way, they would have somewhere to go to. They could shower, you know, use the restroom, make a phone call or two, and have a nice meal. Even after all that, during the day, my mother would still make meals for everybody. I never forgot those moments. And I would meet quite a bit of them over time. Got to know many of them. And to this day, a lot of them still live in the area, but no longer are farm workers, retired, or what they do now is different work. But they remember me. And so every once in a while, there's a hi and a thank you and a good conversation. So as a result of not ever forgetting that and seeing, you know, growing up the son of immigrant farm workers, I felt it was important that we do what we can to support our farm worker community, especially when it comes to housing. You know, when there's housing, there's stability. And when there's stability, there's great gain for everybody, not just that individual, but for their family and for those that they're coming over here for, their families in Mexico, or wherever they're from, Latin America, or wherever they may be from, for that matter, even Eastern Europe. So I remember getting involved in Polanco Parks, and let me just say thank you to Richard Polanco, former senator, who moved us forward back in the day. And then quite honestly, then later in life, my colleague and great friend, Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia, for passing the first $30 million within the housing department up in the state of California as a legislator so that we could go ahead and use those monies to help fund these projects. The issues that we had back in the day after speaking with so many different people, farm workers that owned already Polanco Parks, they wanted to expand them, or just mobile home parks overall, was that they were not allowed to. And the process was too cumbersome. And there was also a lack of funding. And the permitting process would take so long, they wouldn't even know how to go about it. And then obviously the issues were consistent when it comes to this day we still have it, lack of infrastructure, lack of clean drinking water. What is that? That's what that means. Sometimes having to go to the bathroom outside because they don't have a good sewer system for that matter. No lighting, no electricity, yada. And so this is going to help so many folks. And I'm just so happy that we finally are here, where after having conversation with Housing and Workforce Development, specifically Heidi, Mike, especially Mike, who's a dear friend of mine, who we've known each other for quite some time. He really cares. He cares for our farm workers, and he's from Oakland, California, of all places. He moved out here and got stuck. But he's always trying to figure out how to make things work. And then we have Elizabeth Marquez, who I see back there. And Elizabeth has come a long way too in being very helpful. There's so many people in county, members of TLMA. There's just so many good people. And I just want to say thank you to all of you on behalf of the farm workers, on behalf of my family, on behalf of those folks who just many times, as a report once stated, suffer in silence. No longer will that happen because of you. So thank you. I ask for a support.
I failed to close the public hearing before you started talking, so we will close the public hearing and continue the vote, and it passes 4-0. We are now on 23.2.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Jose Merlan presenting for agenda item 23.2. The project before you is a conditional use permit and a general plan amendment for an existing RV sales lot on a 2-acre site. The project is in the 4th District in the Western Coachella Valley Area Plan and within the Pass Desert Zoning District. More specifically, the project site is located on the northeast corner of Dillon Road and east of Palm Drive. The site will have primary access from Dillon Road and secondary access from Palm Drive. The project's land use designation is medium density residential. Surrounding land uses are MDR to the north and east, and commercial within the city of the city of Desert Hot Springs to the south and west. The project zoning is currently general commercial. Surrounding zoning consists of controlled development, W2 to the north, W2 and general commercial to the east, and general commercial within the city of Desert Hot Springs to the south and west. No change of zone is proposed. The general plan amendment before you would bring the zoning and the land use that is currently there into alignment and consistency. As to the conditional use permit before you, the project seeks to entitle an existing unpermitted RV sales lot encompassing 5 parcels across 2 acres within the general commercial zone, which legally allows for the specific commercial use subject to the approval of the CUP. Regarding the site design, the project utilizes an approximately 860 square foot office building alongside a 42,300 square foot outdoor display area that accommodates 64 dedicated RV spaces with 28 parking spaces for customers and staff. To note, the project sits on a future public right-of-way alignment. Staff is recommending a 10-year life limit on the conditional use permit as a condition of approval. This timeline allows for the future reevaluation when the road expansion plans move forward. Additionally, standard off-site improvements, specifically roadwork, landscaping, and transit facilities, are being formally deferred until the county initiates that right-of-way expansion project. As for CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, the project was deemed to be exempt by staff under Class 3 small structures. The project was also notified within the Desert Sun newspaper, and direct mailers were sent out to adjacent property owners within 2,500 feet of the project. As for community outreach, the project went before the Desert Edge Community Council on September 30th, 2025, and received unanimous support and a motion to move forward. With that, staff and the Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors find the project exempt from CEQA, tentatively approve the general plan amendment, and tentatively approve the conditional use permit. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant welcome any questions from the board.
Thank you. Do anybody have any questions for the... No? I do. When you said there's 64 RV spaces, and the 28 spaces for customer and staff, those are above and beyond, is there a space for each RV, at least one parking space?
The 64 parking, well, when it's talking to the applicant, it's a used RV sales lot. They can have anywhere between 10 and 64, which would be the max they could
Okay.
Park there.
All right, all right. Okay. With that, I will open the public hearing. Is there anybody here to address us on that item? Seeing none, we'll close it. Oh, is there somebody? Oh,
No,
there.
not for this item.
Thought you. Did you want to address us on this item? No? Yes. Okay. Okay, you need to fill out a speaker card, but come up and address us so we can move to the meeting. I will open the public hearing.
Good afternoon, County Supervisors. Good afternoon, Ms. Spiegel. My name is Anthony Kelly Jr. I'm a former council member and mayor for the city of Harupa Valley. I just want to pay homage to this specific project because it makes sense, but in a sense where I believe it was, 500 feet? There were constituents that were reached out to. The hardest part about constituents not being able to meet certain, community meetings and community outreaches is because of everyday life, everyday issues. So a lot of times, and this is not my first rodeo in regards to public service, developers will reach out during peak hours where mom and dad are putting the kiddos to sleep, or the kiddos are in school and mommy and daddy are at work, and it just so happens that, we did our due diligence and we reached out to everyone, but everybody didn't reach home until around 7 p.m., 6 p.m. Hence the same reasons why when it comes to city council meetings, I may be playing favoritism right now, being a former council member and mayor for Harupa Valley and a 36-year constituent for all of 37 years of my life. Long time, right? But having certain meetings around certain times where the public cannot present a proper presence, I've always been against that, but I don't want to go too far on the deep end. I just wanted to say that a particular project like this, it makes sense. In a desert area where slowly but surely our Palm Desert areas are becoming our little mini Vegases, which it's a blessing, it's a blessing. Like I said, I played football at the University of Tennessee at Martin, and sometimes you have to leave home to really appreciate where you're from, so I love the Golden State, but I don't want us to be too convoluted and too congested when it comes to the lack of, how can I say this? The lack of opportunities for insight, innovation, if you will, especially when it comes to the young generation, because we all know out of time is the devil's playground. So, but nonetheless, thank you for your service. Stay hydrated, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tennessee Martin, the Volunteers beat us 50-0 at halftime, but 1AA, yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anybody else that wants to address us on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and go back for the vote, which passes 4-0. We are now on 23.3, another TLMA project.
Good afternoon again. Jose Merlan, Principal Planner, presenting agenda item 23.3. The project before you consists of a revision of a previously approved conditional use permit for a 3,705-acre solar power plant. The CUP is also coupled with a public use permit for the offsite generation tie line and the development agreement as required by Board Policy 29. The proposed project is located in the 4th District within the Palo Verde area plan in the Chacoala zoning district. As seen here, the project site is located on the Colorado River Valley, north of the I-10 freeway, west of the city of Blythe, and northwest of the Blythe Airport. The 3,700-acre project site is comprised of 3,310 acres of privately owned land and 395 acres of BLM land. However, the net acreage, as defined by the development agreement, is only 2,887 acres. This includes all areas of real estate that involve the production, storage, or transmission of power. The reason that's important is because the development agreement is only subject to the net acreage only of the project. The project's land use designation is predominantly agriculture, with a small portion on the southwest designated as open space rural. Both land use designations allow solar power plants. The surrounding land use has similar land use designations. As for the zoning, the project is designated controlled development, W2, and light agriculture, both of which allow for solar power plants. The surrounding properties also have similar zoning designations except for the Blythe Airport, which has a zoning designation of manufacturing heavy. Surrounding land uses, vacant predominantly with the Blythe Airport to the southwest and solar facilities to the south and northwest, and the city of Blythe to the west. Some history on the project. The project was previously approved in 2017 with a similar footprint under the name Palo Verde Mesa Solar. The project site included a 14.5 mile of new transmission line that was planned to run to the Colorado River substation to the southwest in a southwest alignment. The new project, which is the CUP revision, is the Gray Solar project. The applicant proposes to construct, operate, maintain it at the end of the project lifecycle, decommission the 500 megawatt solar facility and the 500 megawatt battery storage system on 3,705 acres of private land and BLM land. This will also include a 3.5 acre substation, a 3,500 operations building, and a new 1.9 mile transmission route, which will connect to the existing 8.6 Arlington transmission line, which ultimately connects to the Colorado River substation. The major difference between the first project, as I mentioned, and the revision before you today is the addition of the battery storage facility and the connection that would utilize the 8.6 miles of existing line and build out only 1.9 miles worth of new lines. This here is a detailed site layout. The substation, battery storage, and operations area will be located on the western edge of the project, circled in red. The remainder of the site is largely dedicated to solar arrays, inverters, and internal roads. The BLM lands are used to provide for a segment of new transmission line that connects to 8.6 miles of existing line. Here is a typical solar panel design. The solar panel will reach a maximum height of 15 feet. Here's an exhibit of the operations building. Here's what the substation and battery storage will look like. And the project, again, includes the 6 new transmission poles within the scope of the approval. For California Environmental Quality Act, the applicant prepared a supplemental EIR. Staff deemed the CEQA document to be adequate. We consulted with the local tribes. We did scoping sessions, did noticing, and sent out the EIR for public comment. During the 45-day comment period, we only received 2 letters from the Air Quality Management District and the Defenders of Wildlife. Staff and the applicant's consultant responded to those letters, and we deemed that to be an adequate response. As of today, no additional comments have been received by the public related to CEQA document or the CUP. For the development agreement, the applicant proposes to include annual public benefit payments in the order of $430 per net acre, $194 per net acre on the base payment, as required by Board Policy 29, and $756 per net acre for the development impact fees. Again, payments are only made on the project's net acreage. Overall public outreach was related to the CEQA document, and the outreach that was done by the applicant is related to the BLM land as well. Lastly, the project was advertised in the Press Enterprise and the Desert Sun for a 20-day public circulation. No comments have been received. With that, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors adopt Resolution 2026-142 to certify the supplemental environmental impact report for the Gray Solar Project, approve the conditional use permit, and introduce and retitle and waive further reading of and adopt in successive weeks ordinance number 664. That concludes staff's presentation, and the applicant's team is also here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any questions?
Just very quickly, Madam Chair, this is in my district. I support the project. I already reviewed all the information. I believe there is no opposition. I think we're going to hear maybe from a few people, but just want people to know that this is a good project, and we support it, or I support it. I'm asking my colleagues to support it as well, and I'll make the motion.
Okay, with that, I will ask if there anybody here to address us on this item.
We
Any
have
public
three
comments?
public speakers. Louis Lopez, followed by Juan Serrato. Rob Bernheimer.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. Rob Bernheimer on behalf of the Gray Solar Energy Project. I think we can bypass the speakers. We have Brendan Lewis and the entire Gray Solar Energy technical team here and online if you have any questions. And we also have members from Leuna and the iron workers here who were planning on speaking, but they will waive their time for now. If there's any questions, we're here to answer them. Thank you.
Okay. He's not arm twisting you, is he? You guys can talk. Okay, then we're going to close the public hearing and bring it back for a vote.
Just want to say thank you to Labor for being here. Really appreciate you all, and thank you for the good work you're doing out in the desert.
Okay, that passes 4-0. Thank you, gentlemen, since that was a long wait to wave at us.
For 10 seconds.
We have 15 public comments. I'm going to put 2 minutes. I don't do that normally, but that's... We have 15 public comments. I did 2 of the other ones. Okay, we're going to begin with public comments. We're going to remain the 2 minutes.
Ray Mogul, followed by Errol Koshowitz. Maybe they're not. Is Ray Mogul here?
Good afternoon to the board. I came since in my neighborhood, I live in Corona, but it's in an unincorporated pocket surrounded by Corona. And there are traffic issues and zoning issues that haven't been able to get a straight answer. So that's why I came here to see if you could direct me. Our street, which is Rockwell Road, is a non-county maintained road. It's privately maintained. So we do have speed bumps, and people like to use it like they're driving on Foothill Boulevard, fast, and there's little kids around. And there's a large vacant lot across the street that they are using as a big rig storage lot. There's anywhere from 1 to 5 big rigs at any given time. and they go bouncing down the street with a 53-foot trailer that's empty, and when you go over a speed bump, it's noisy. If it's this time of the day, it's not one thing. 2 o'clock in the morning, when your windows rattle, that's not acceptable.
What street are they speeding on then?
Rockwell.
Oh, in Rockwell, okay.
And also there's several neighbors down the street that appear to be draining their laundry drain water into the street, which my understanding is that is not appropriate.
Correct.
So, but part of it, if in my area, if you have law enforcement issues, if it's on your property, you talk to the sheriff. If it's traffic, you talk to the CHP. And sometimes they don't always communicate very well with each other.
Okay.
So I'd appreciate any guidance to.
Could you put your can you give the clerk your name and number so that I can follow up with you from my office? Okay.
Errol Koshowitz, followed by Jacob Russo.
Yeah, I wanted to make a couple comments today about what needs to happen in the United States. Can you put that on the overhead? Yeah. Okay, there you go. Now, I feel as an American that martial law has to be taken into effect here in California. Martial law has to be overseen by the criminals up here. The Board of Supervisors are all criminals. We need to have some oversight. We are not a communist country. So as of yet, we're not a communist country. Can you flip that? Because I only got 2 minutes. Thank you. Now, can you make it a little bit bigger? I want to go through some of this. Now, I requested public records from the county of Riverside. Now, these are purchase cards from the county of Riverside provided to county employees. Now, I have all the lists actually from the purchase cards. I'm going to be asking for bank statements for every purchase card member. Karen, your name is on there. I'm going to be asking for your bank statements, copies of your bank statements. I am the public. I am required by law to see what you guys are spending the money on. I have 9 pages of purchase cards. There's the names right there. I can go through the names of county employees which you guys have provided to them. You can put it back up if you can. Can you put it back up? There you go. Thank you very much. I want to leave it up for the whole 30 seconds. Now, these are purchase cards for different departments. Some are $10,000, $20,000, $40,000. We have a lot of problems with accountability of public funds. Like I said, you guys are criminals. I wanted to see bank statements. I've asked already for the city. City ones are redacted. I'm sure you're going to redact these ones when I get it back. We are criminals to the core. You have a blessed day, guys, and hopefully Trump locks down the United States. Thank you very much. Criminal.
Jacob Russo, followed by P. Petrella.
Good afternoon, board members. You guys might remember me from last November. I was out here. I'm not out here today to point any fingers at anybody except for the transportation department. Supervisor Karen, you helped me tremendously. Your team reached out to me. I think my dad reached out to you, which probably might not have been too pleasant. He's kind of a tough guy to deal with, but it lasted for maybe 3 or 4 months. I got told that Rebecca Anderson, she actually reached out to me. She told me that it was the plan that they had in place was going to be like $653,000 to regrade the entire road, put a drain in, and then have it fixed. And that's fine. I'm glad that there was a plan put in place, that there was one that was brought up. I think it could definitely be a little bit cheaper and done a little bit sooner rather than later. The reason I say that is because, as I said last time, I'm in the military, and you work with the military, you know that we move all the time. I got orders recruiting duty. I'll be going back to Massachusetts here in a few months. So now I'm put in the position to either sell my home or keep it if I can't sell it and rent it out. And now the last thing I need to do is have a tenant in there whose driveway is flooding because of the road. And then I'm 3,000 miles away trying to deal with it. So I'm not here really to, pick and poke at anything. I'm just asking you for the continued help and a little bit more help with the transportation department, because I can't really reach out to them and talk to them whatsoever. They don't really seem to either care or know what's going on. So, but I've received the most help from you, and I appreciate it. Just asking for, I guess, even more help after everybody else here that asked for help from you guys. But I do appreciate it. So thank you.
Rebecca has your number then?
She does. Yeah, she
Okay.
reached out. She told me the community would be willing to help, and she's driven by. She's seen my wife out there with the sandbags, everything. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
P. Petrella, followed by E. Petrella.
So a whole 2 minutes to address you again. So there goes my prepared speech. But that's okay. I want to address what happened earlier in this meeting. So I want to thank you, Karen. You're the second chair of this board who has shut my wife down by making her comments because she happened to mention the word STR in the text of her comments. Jeffries did the same thing about 2 years ago. Yet you allowed other people to come up who were relating things about their experiences with the sheriffs, negative experiences, that didn't have anything to do with the agenda item, but they were able to say everything they wanted to say. So next meeting, since you put so much importance on that grand jury report, to have an ad hoc committee formed to do this, next meeting, have an ad hoc committee meeting, or put an agenda item, so we can investigate the code not doing their job grand jury report. We can investigate what goes on, the shenanigans in the county, the shenanigans that goes on with this board and your staff, all of you. My wife was also attacked verbally for the second time in this forum for speaking her constitutional rights. And like the last time, it was when they brought in all of the, bust in all of the activist leftists, communists, to come in here and make a big spiel. And when they don't get reprimanded. Matter of fact, my wife had to say, are you going to allow them to keep doing this? Same thing happened last time, when she got called a Nazi, a fascist, a fake Weta. You remember that? Nothing from the board. We had to call you out on that too. Why is that? Huh? How come you have this leftist bent? I don't get it. I have the utmost contempt for you guys and disgust.
E. Petrella, followed by Eddie.
You have no idea of the anger, frustration, and stress your unethical behavior mentioned in the grand jury report, code, not living up to code, has cost me. Compassion and corruption, right? Compassion spread everywhere else, I get the corruption part. You have negatively impacted every aspect of my life. Your abuse of power has become detrimental to my existence. The stand-down, business-friendly attitude cited in the report has managed to also violate every one of my rights, my civil, property, and human rights. This grand jury report has given me the ability to say I was right all along. You have intentionally been protecting the STR industry without any regard for my well-being. That's no consolation to the damage done to me after the STR owner swatted me and the image of 4 big officers invading my safe space with weapons drawn at me is constantly present now. I now live in fear of being invaded again or possibly arrested because another false accusation is retaliation and retribution on behalf of your protected STRs. This board acted with premeditated malicious intent knowing the negative impact it has had on me and other residents. I myself came to this board thousands of times, and I was not heard. Now, if you approve never mind, it's useless, okay? Useless. But thank you so much for doing such a great job. Thank you.
Eddie, followed by Jordan Thomas.
Rat liars and rat dogs. This is very funny, Mr. Gutierrez.
Imagine you.
Liars and rat dogs over there.
All right. Imagine you would have just looked into Idlewild for me. You remember when I came in here and I'm like, hey, and you all lied to me? Oh, wow. Anyways, so when I started a lot of this, I was imagining, like, what if I was like just one of your daughters caught up in like this matrix? You know, maybe she's 8 years old or 12 or 15. What if she's in college? What hoops does she have to jump through? And we've seen it. We've seen it, right? I was reading a lot of Sun Tzu in preparation for this. More like Sun Snooze, am I right? If you haven't read it, he wrote something called The Art of War, and you might as well call it The Art of Deception. And in it, he says things like, appear strong when you're in fact weak, and appear weak when you're in fact strong. And it goes on like this, right? You get the idea. And I'm reading, I'm like, well, we're all reading the same book. How am I supposed to counter this, right? And that was with the truth, the art of the truth, right? And I come up here and I tell the truth, and I watch you guys stonewall me and gaslight me. And it was like day one, Jefferson gave away the barn, dude. And so that's what I did. I came in here and told the truth, and this is where we are. It's unfortunate. But thank goodness we have the First Amendment, right? So we'll do a little wordplay. Politician, American. Tyrant, First Amendment. Corruption, freedom of speech. So, I'll leave you with this, not my words. They may find it difficult, those who have taken authority as truth, rather than truth as authority.
Jordan Thomas, followed by Veronica Langworthy.
I think he left. I don't see him in the room.
Is Jordan Thomas here?
I don't see him.
Veronica Langworthy, followed by Amethyst Yates.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I don't like this format, to have a couple minutes of public comment and not a civil discussion, because when I ask a question or make a comment, then staff comes up and gives a response, and it's not a back and forth for understanding. It is just a complaint session or a cover my butt session. So, the comment that was made following the earlier agendized item was that the ROV audit method used is not the same as the public records we get. Yet, our public records that we requested were significantly delayed because they said they were in draft form and being used for this audit. So I think we would all benefit from better understanding of what that actual audit process looks like, because it would boost public confidence in elections, and also it would provide you supervisors with finding of fact when you order the certification of elections, even after the fact that the results have already been sent to the state and the state's already finished rubber stamping it, you still have to order the certification of elections. So I respectfully request the Board of Supervisors direct the registrar of voters to write a post-election report, reconciliation audit report that not only explains, because I've heard explanations, but it shows the audit method used for reconciliation with documents and reports generated, used in sequence, and any affidavits or forms acknowledging irregularities. You know, I haven't seen this in all the 2 years that I've been coming before you in 3-minute sound bites. It's not about me, though. It's about the ROV showing the public to give you finding of fact and to give us confidence in elections. And so that's what I'm asking from you today.
Thank you, Veronica.
Amethyst Yates, followed by Carla Cervantes, and Carla will be online. Christina Zaragoza. Online.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
Go on, Christina.
Hello?
Is this Christina?
Okay, yes, it is. Thank you so much. I thought I heard a different name.
Okay, please continue.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Dr. Christina Zaragoza. Today you've heard comments regarding an independent oversight committee for the Sheriff's Department because of continued deaths of adults in the county jails. But what about the children? Child Protective Services has also seen continued harm, including deaths, to minors placed in the custody of Riverside County. If any department needs an independent oversight committee, it is the Department of Public Social Services. I request that the board adopt what I call the equal accountability principle, which is whenever Riverside County exercises extraordinary authority over the life, liberty, or safety of another human being, there should be independent public oversight. That principle should apply equally to adults and children in custody. Where there is extraordinary authority, there must be extraordinary accountability. I request that this board create an ad hoc committee for DPSS 2, as the previous attempts to protect our foster children continue to be unsuccessful. But let me be clear, this is urgent. It's an urgent issue, and my request should be expedited. Because accountability shouldn't depend on who is in custody. It should depend on who holds the power. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean Thompson, followed by Jackie McCray.
Yes, good morning. My name is Sean Thompson. I'm a Riverside County resident. I'm requesting the Board of Supervisors approve Sheriff Bianco's full budget and comply with grand jury recommendations. 3 findings make this urgent. First, the grand jury documented 29 inmate deaths from understaffing and inadequate screening. Yet the county faces a $38 million deficit while redirecting funds towards sanctuary programs instead of jail safety. Second, the uncapped influence report revealed unlimited campaign spending loopholes creating undue influence. The board rejected grand jury recommendations to fix this despite 4 of 5 supervisors receiving money from the union and tax developers, casinos, et al. Third, the grand jury found systemic retaliation against employees, highway therapy transfers, bullying, and 80% of harassment complaints downgraded and suppressed. We're now seeing similar patterns targeting the sheriff's office. Reports also indicate corruption at the municipal level, including Coachella Mayor Steve Hernandez's conviction under Supervisor Perez's tenure. Combined with the rejection of anti-corruption reforms, this raises serious accountability concerns. I urge this board to 1, restore public safety funding without cuts, 2, eliminate campaign finance loopholes per grand jury recommendations, 3, halt retaliation against whistleblowers, and 4, provide written explanations for any budget reductions to sheriff operations. I've submitted a detailed letter to the clerk's staff office today for the public record. If the board proceeds with cuts while ignoring these warnings, the County Board of Supervisors individually will bear legal responsibility for foreseeable harms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jackie McCray, followed by Anastasia Komarovsky.
Greetings. My name is Jackie McCray. Children in foster care cannot hire attorneys to speak at board meetings. They cannot vote. They cannot call the media. They depend entirely on us. Many people know about Riverside County jail deaths. Far fewer know about foster children who have been abused, neglected, or even died while under county supervisor, or about the repeated reports identifying systemic challenges within Child Protective Services. Oversight should never be viewed as punishment. It is one of the most effective tools government has to build public trust and improve outcomes. Independent oversight gives employees and the public a place to report concerns. It gives families confidence that the complaints will be reviewed fairly. Most importantly, it gives the vulnerable children another layer of protection. If we believe transparency made government stronger, then foster children deserve the same protection. Thank you.
Anastasia Komarovsk, and she will be our last speaker.
Colleague online, just hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. Thank you. Having some trouble getting them unmuted. Just requesting it, and they're not unmuting. Sorry, Supervisor. I'm asking him to unmute themselves in Zoom, and they're not.
Okay. Now we're going to have to move on. We can't wait too long. Alrighty, that was our last public comment. So we are now board member comments. Mr. Medina?
If I could have my slides, please. On Tuesday, June 30th, I attended open house celebrating the retirement of Vanya Quarles. After years of dedicated service to our community, it was wonderful to join friends, colleagues, and community members in recognizing her contributions. Thank you, Vanya, for your commitment and leadership, and wishing her all the best in the new chapter of her life. Next slide. On Tuesday, July 7th, my staff and I had the opportunity to tour the Riverside County Agricultural Commissioner's Office. We enjoyed meeting the dedicated team that works every day to protect our agriculture, ensure food safety, and serve our residents. Thank you for the warm welcome and for all that you do for our county. Next slide. On Friday, July 10th, I attended the grand opening of the California Indian Nations College new office in downtown Riverside. Congratulations to the president, Celeste Townsend, and everyone who made this milestone possible. And that concludes my presentation.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And then if I could also get my slides up as well. Sorry, I wasn't ready yet, but I did want to just, as the slides are kind of going up, well, everybody's gone. I was going to thank the public, but I did want to just mention that today we did pass a lot of different important items that were in the consent calendar. For example, more increase in public safety, emergency management, and also for the 5th district, I'm using my unincorporated communities fund to continue funding several of the programs that I funded through ARPA. And that includes the local hire initiatives, the Youth Corps, I believe District 2 also does Youth Corps as well, and a lot of great other initiatives. So I'm really excited about that, and I thank my colleagues for their support. So the first slide that, as you can see, is Loma Linda University. They are bringing a clinic to the city of Moreno Valley, and I participated in their ribbon cutting. It's a 2-story building off of Eucalyptus and Day Street, and it's going to be a great, great addition to Moreno Valley and my district. Next slide. We also attended the 4th of July celebrations. In fact, a lot of different celebrations. Every year we participate in these, and it was really nice to see the community out in Moreno Valley. But we've also attended Beaumont's parade as well, and then we did a drone show for the city of Hemet in place of their parade. Okay, next slide. We also did another HOA. We've done 38 HOAs that we've gone to this past year. So Solera Diamond HOA, this is a new one. Well, actually, they've been around for 20 years, but this was a new one for us to go to. And we had quite a bit of seniors there. We had about maybe 38 total seniors or so. And it was really nice to be there and to bring the county departments to them and share a little bit about what we're doing in the 5th District. Next slide. And then I also attended the Jamil Dada Character Excellence Youth Awards, and I know that also my 2 colleagues here also attended that event as well. Next slide. We did another, there's actually other pictures where you can see the whole crowd, but there was about 180 folks that attended last night for our movie night, and this was in Cherry Valley in our unincorporated community. We try to do these movie nights in each of our unincorporated communities, about 3 in Cherry Valley or so, and then also in 3 in Nuevo. And we bring food partners, and just a great, great old event for the community, and everybody just loves those events. Next slide, and I think that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. I'm just going to list off a few of our events just because they're kind of fun. Corona is doing their 3rd annual Taste of Corona. It was all the restaurants and organizations had booths, and just was a fun social evening, and the Shops at Dos Lagos hosted it, so it was really a fun evening. So sometimes you just need fun. Right, John? Just need fun. Then I had the opportunity to attend the Corona Veterans Barbecue. Every year, on the hottest day, I swear we picked the hottest day to have that. But have a great opportunity to interact with veterans from all over the area. I did have the opportunity, although Mr. Perez had left, to attend CVAG, the Coachella Valley Association of Governments, which is the sister to our WRCOG, Western Riverside County. And they had the executive director from CSEC speaking, and he did a tremendous job. Some great information shared. Still waiting for the slideshow, the slides, but, and then a CSU San Marcos. Those of you who aren't aware, we don't have a Cal State University in Riverside County. We do now. CSU San Marcos is a satellite campus for San Marcos down in the South County, and I had the opportunity to be a part of it. Our cities in the southern part of Lake Elsinore and Canyon Lake are actively involved with that, so it was nice to be a part of that one. And we had our the annual RSO banquet. I know that Supervisor, were you there? Somebody was there.
We had the one on Thursday.
Guess I was solo. Oh, Chuck was there. I knew there was another supervisor. Supervisor Washington was there. It's always nice because they get into the community, and a lot of the volunteers they recognize, and those are kind of a neat opportunity to get to know some of the volunteers within the RSO. I was at the Jamil Dada Character of Excellence Award. Always a great opportunity to see some youth that have had some situations in their life that they've had to overcome, and how they've overcome them to succeed. And we recognize them. There's usually 10 of them, and they just have some incredible stories. And you see how they're springboarding into adult life. So it was really amazing to hear that. Then from there, I left to go to the VFW post in Jurupa Valley. I'm trying to recognize being the 250th year and thanking our veterans who have been the backbone of reason why we have our country for 250 years, and making sure that we preserve our freedoms and our opportunities. So I am an advocate for our veterans. And also went to, last night, to the American Legion Post 216 in Corona. And I bring back to the 250th because I want to thank FM, Facilities Management. If you've been in the neighborhood down here in Riverside in the evening, our building on the side has lights, red, white, and blue, at the front entryway, as well as a historic courthouse in recognition, and it's going to be the whole month of July, in recognition of the 250th anniversary. And then you'll see the flag, if you're driving down the freeway, you'll see it on the side of the building, a very large American flag. And I just appreciate the fact that we had a part in recognizing the 250 years. So thank you for all the efforts, for everybody who has done their little part. I know I challenged a lot of the departments, and some neat things that have happened. So with that, Mr. Van Wagenen. How come I knew you were going to say that? Okay. Does anybody have any? Okay, I do have one. One individual I'd like to include in our adjournment memorials. And this is a very solemn one. This is part of our Riverside County family. Tiana Govin, she was a social services practitioner 3, Children and Family Services with the Riverside County Department of Social Services. Although Tiana had been in the department only 2 years, her passion for children and families was unmistakable, and her career full of promise, purpose, and potential was the only thing that was just a beginning. In this role, Tiana demonstrated unwavering commitment to protecting vulnerable children, strengthening families, and upholding the highest values of public service. Tiana approached her work with compassion, grace, and tireless spirit, earning the respect, admiration, and affection of colleagues, community partners, and families whose lives she touched. Her warmth, kindness, and steady presence made her a cherished member of the Children and Family Services team, where she consistently offered support, encouragement, and professionalism. Tiana's life and service exemplify the belief that even one caring person can make a profound difference. Like the child returning starfish into the sea one at a time, she lifted others up one life at a time, leaving a memorable impact on those she served. Her tragic passing is an immeasurable loss to her family, colleagues, the department, and the entire county of Riverside. The Riverside County Board of Supervisors wishes to honor Tiana's legacy of compassion, service, and dedication to the well-being of children and families. Please join me as we remember with a moment of silence for one of our own family members, Tiana. Thank you. Mr. Tran.
Thank you, Chair. The board has need to meet in closed session today for the items listed at the bottom of the agenda, item 27, and we do not anticipate any reportable action today.
Okay. What's the pleasure? It's going to be the three of us.
5 minutes?
How about 2:30? It's 10 minutes.
2:30.
And we're adjourned. Sorry.